He's already started it, right? Once they turn the microphones on, it'll be.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, nice.
All right, so we'll call this meeting to order and ask our deputy city clerk to call the roll.
If I may, just real quick. So this meeting is being conducted pursuant to Government Code 54953.8, and we have Councilmember McAdams appearing by Zoom pursuant to the Just Cause provisions of Section 54593.8.3. Councilmember McAdams.
All right, thank you for that update. And we'll go for the roll call.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember McAdams,
Here.
Councilmember Biella, Mayor Protem Fisher. Here. Mayor Delgado.
Here, and welcome, Jenny. We wish you well, everything you're doing. Seeing no one here for closed session, public comment, are we changing anything on the agenda for closed session?
Yeah, Councilmember McAdams just has a brief statement.
Okay, Jenny, thank you. Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead, Councilman McAdams.
Thank you.
If you have any comments, we're ready to hear them. Jenny, did you have comments you wanted to make at this time?
No, I don't. Sorry, I thought you were waiting for me to say something.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just to clarify, yes, Councilmember McAdams is appearing pursuant to the Just Cause provisions of 54953.8.3 for medical condition. So she's unable to appear in person.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Councilman McAdams. So we'll go to closed session now and come back here at 6:30 approximately. And Councilman McAdams, will she be with us in closed session? See you in closed session, Councilman McAdams.
Okay, thank you.
Recording stopped.
It is 6:30 PM on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026.
Recording in progress.
It is 6:30 PM, Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. So we will resume our Marina City Council meeting with our open session. We've come from closed session, and I'll turn it over to our Renee Ortega, our city attorney, to summarize our closed session. Thank you, Renee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So council provided direction but took no reportable action. And I just want to remind folks that this meeting is being conducted pursuant to Government Code 54953.8. And Councilmember McAdams is participating via Zoom.
Thank you, Renee. So let's move to moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance. Paul, after a moment of silence, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? So let's stand for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Paul, for being a good sport. We move to council and staff announcements, starting with staff.
We don't think we have any.
All right, next, Councilmember McAdams, did you have anything for us today? All right, council members present, did you have anything? Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do it by heart because I cannot find it. This coming Saturday, donations can be dropped off at all the Marina schools except for Olsen School. This is for the Brits Community Services. So there's a flyer going around on social media, and it will tell you which donations, like clothes, shoes, household goods, anything in good condition, of course. And it can be dropped off of any of the schools except for Olsen this coming Saturday from 9 till 1-ish. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll remind everyone something we've mentioned before. April 18th is a big day for Marina. It's our 20th annual Marina Earth Day. Starts at 10 o'clock a.m. at the Lockpadden Park outside the Marina Library. And it'll be a great festival. We start out with 2 hours of service, doing volunteer service. And there's about 6 projects you can choose from when you register at 10 a.m. And then from 10 to 12, there'll be service projects ongoing. At noon, we'll stop with the service, begin the festival. There'll be a burrito free lunch for all volunteers. And usually we have enough food for everybody, but it's a promise to the volunteers first. And there'll be a band and lots of children activities and fun for everybody. That's Saturday, April 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. All right. So now we're going to move on to public comment. We'll start with those that are in the room. This is for anything that's on your mind that's not on our agenda later tonight or anything on our consent calendar. We have several items on our consent agenda. So please rise and come to the podium if you'd like to speak now for public comment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I make a quick point of order? Have there been any changes to the agenda which might inform whether people want to speak?
I'll turn that over to City Manager Lane Long because I wasn't aware.
Sorry, Mayor. Agenda item 13C, which was a presentation by the police department on updating the council on the fireworks impacts for last year. That presentation is not ready, so we're going to continue that to the April 21st meeting.
13C.
13C.
Okay. So we have 2 action items instead of 3 action items.
And my understanding is because I'll be recusing myself from the STR ordinance. And so there won't be a quorum on the dais. And so I'm just wondering to the attorney what that means.
Yes, so my understanding, and I just spoke with the city manager, we'll be continuing that item to April 21st. So that is a item 11A. No, sorry.
So if anybody wanted to speak to that item, would they be able to at any point today? And when would that time be?
It would be now because it's off the agenda.
Well, we could also do it when we start with the hearing and say, we pull something from the agenda. But if anyone would like to speak to that item that's been pulled, you can still talk tonight on it, but we won't be discussing it any further than your public comment. But if you prefer city attorney to do that now, then I have no objection to that.
Yeah, I think it would be probably more appropriate to do it now.
So the problem that might be is if somebody was saying, okay, I'm going to check in to the meeting an hour from now because they're not going to get it to it, at the beginning. They check in an hour, we've already done it. There's a potential for someone to be upset.
Did have a further opportunity on April 21st to provide public comment at
Okay.
that point.
Is the council okay with that? To fold that into public comment? So we're in public comment now, and if you'd like to speak to the item that we just designated as being pulled, item 11A, we were going to have a public hearing to hear people's thoughts on the short-term rentals and the adoption of an ordinance regarding the short-term rentals. This would be your chance to talk tonight, now, and then also on the 21st of this month, it will be back on the agenda and you'll have a chance to talk then. If they speak tonight, they will also be able to speak on the 21st.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So 3 reasons to talk tonight, anything that's on your mind or anything that's on the consent agenda, or if you have something to say about the short-term rental ordinance that's been pulled from the agenda. Okay. So anyone here, come on up.
Yeah, actually I'd come speak about short-term rentals. And I have a longer group of comments that I'd like to give on the day that it's voted on. But I do want to make some clarifications and some thoughts based on some of the conversation that I had at the last meeting regarding short-term rentals. And one of the things that I noticed is maybe some misunderstandings on how other jurisdictions in our area govern short-term rentals. The city of Marina already has one of the most strict rules on short-term rentals. I know we've had some comparison with, there's no cap in the city of Marina, but there's no cap on owner occupied homes having short-term rentals. Whereas the caps that we see in other cities, such as 90 in Seaside, those are homes that are not occupied by the homeowner. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison. So I just wanted to point out sort of that. I'm not necessarily opposed to having a cap on short-term rentals in the city, but just I wanted to point out how strict the ordinance already is. The other point I wanted to make is, as I'm aware, there are 35 permits in the city at the moment. The information that I have from the city, and I'd ask the city to continue to clarify, is that only 9 of those homes that have permits right now actually have the homeowner's exemption from the county, which leads me to believe that potentially the other 26 may not actually be owner occupied, and that the change to the ordinance, simply adding that homeowner exemption requirement that's currently not in the ordinance, will do a lot to alleviate the issues that have been discussed. And we're not going to, having a cap of 50s is, if you want to have a cap of 50, it's just unlikely that you're going to get to 50, anywhere near 50, if you have that in there, because that's actually more strictly enforcing what the intent of the ordinance is anyway, because that's not in the current ordinance, and that makes that part of the ordinance more strict. So I wanted to point that out. I have some more personal comments that I'd like to give on the night of the vote. But thank you for listening.
Are you Sean?
Yes, I'm Sean. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. That's what you don't
Sean
have to give
McDonald.
your name.
That's okay.
I wanted to know it. So I just wanted to invite you. I didn't understand everything you said. I don't understand the county connection that you
Sure.
just brought up. So I'd love to talk to you offline to learn a little bit from you.
Sure.
Learn a lot from you maybe.
Maybe.
But
Yeah.
appreciate your time
Not a
today.
problem. All right. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else in the building that has any comment at this time during our public comment period? If not, come on up, Paul.
I know I have 3 minutes, so I prepare some notes. maybe too early to talk about it, but I think I just want to bring up the mayor and city council members to let you know my thought about the new city hall. And there have been a lot of saying that we want to save the park. We don't want the city hall at the Vince DiMaggio Park. I think when I look at it, I think there's my proposal is we can have both together in the same park. We could save the park and have the new city hall at the same site. How we could do that? Because I want to maximize the value of a limited public asset for a growing city of Marina. I mean, 25,000 population right now. I came from the city of Vacaville. It started with 25,000 and it grew to 100,000. I've seen the growing of the city of Vacaville. And so when it comes to the new city hall, I think we agree we need to have a new city hall because the city hall is basically need to be replaced. And also we need to have a modern and accessible city hall and improve the public service delivery. And also a stronger city identity and gathering places. All right. This is not a proposal to eliminate the park. I just want to be clear. It's not eliminating the park. I agree with saving the park. I always believe that we should have enough park in the city. But this proposal is to redesign it into a higher performance civic space. That means to have a park and the city hall together. And it can be done. And the reason I'm saying that because Vince DiMaggio Park is approximate about 4.8 acres of land. And according to the National Recreation and Park Association, we should have at least 120,000 visits per year for 4.8 acres of land. But right now, the event we had, other than the Christmas tree lighting, I think Lin Long and I have been together on that Christmas tree lightings, and birthday event and the culture activity, it comes to about 20,000 estimate, or maybe slightly more. But so in other words, this park is underutilized, and it should be able to have a full capacity and have potential. If we have the city hall together, I think we can bring the whole parks alive. And against the idea is maybe the loss of green space. We are losing it, but we are not. And if we have proper design, I think we can maintain functional green space while improving the accessibility and to have a city hall there. And also the traffic congestion. When you have a city hall, the traffic is manageable. It's not like if you're having a big event, all of a sudden all crowded, you don't have enough parking space. And my idea is also to save the park because I think,
Excuse me, Paul.
yeah,
I don't like to do this, but I have to ask you to stop talking because your 3 minutes is up.
okay,
But we do, thanks to you, have your thoughts in writing
Right.
that you're summarizing for us. And you're welcome to come back next time and
Sure.
give the rest of what you have to say.
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Paul.
much. Yeah.
I got so engrossed in Paul's talking, I missed Anita's dirty looks. All right. Anybody else here that would like to speak? Then we'll go online to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Hi, thank you. I'm wondering how the second reading of the prohibitive ordinance on STRs, how you're not being able to do it on the agenda affects any timeline, and that can be a yes or no answer. I'm not into details. I want to thank Ms. Vischer for her continued conversation back and forth with us. And I want to stress that our conversation with her and other council members is simply to let them know what really is going on here. I hear a lot of assumptions and I hear a lot of wrong information. So to clarify that, I will say that yesterday afternoon, I was on phone with a resident while they were waiting for their mail, and a 20-foot tree fell almost on the mailbox. And of course, my response was, are you calling the office or am I calling the office? Not that you should be burdened with the day to day, but would that, is there some kind of overarching tree policy where they go out, they see that tree, maybe the roots are rotten? Is there a process for the removal of that tree? Because a third of it is now missing, it's vulnerable, and it's near the mailboxes. See where we are. Anyway, I will call that it for right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Denise. We'll talk, we'll refer to your questions in just a bit. Let's go to
Thank you.
Grace Silva Santella. Welcome, Grace.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to take the opportunity to announce a special event that will be coming up on May 30th at the Marina Library. It is a joint event between the Friends of the Marina Library, the Japanese American Citizens League of the Monterey Peninsula, and the Monterey County Free Libraries. We'll be showing the documentary Enduring Democracy, the Monterey Petition. That's a 2022 documentary. We'll have a panel discussion and a Q&A session following the film with JACL National President Larry Oda, historian Tim Thomas, and MPUSD board member and Marina resident Jeff Uchida. The event will be on May 30th at 1 p.m. It's open to all. We'll have free refreshments. We'll be posting this on the Friends of the Marina Library's Facebook and website, and on 3 of the social media sites that residents have available to them here in Marina. This is a tremendous, wonderful opportunity we have. 2 years ago, we had with us come to the Friends of the Marina Library co-sponsored event with ACOM, the Asian community of Marina, Yukio Shimomura, who shared the experience of he and his family in the internment camps. This film it tells the story of Japanese Americans returning to their Monterey County hometowns after being released from the World War II internment camps. I hope you'll all mark your calendars, and I hope you'll share with others to join us on May 30th at 1 p.m. at the Marina Library. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Anyone else wish to raise their hand online who hasn't yet? We'll give you a moment and then we'll close public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Can someone get back to, well, I guess it's pertinent to tonight. Are we going to miss any timelines on the short-term rentals by necessarily delaying it to the next time we meet?
No.
Okay. And then can someone get back to Denise on the process of following up on the fallen tree?
Yes, we'll do that.
All right. Thank you, Denise. And thank you everyone who spoke during public comment. Okay. So let's move on to our consent agenda. Does any member of City Council, and Councilmember McAdams is zooming in, wish to pull or ask any brief comment? Question, I'm sorry, or provide brief comment? Councilmember McCarthy, your light's on, is there? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 brief comments on 10C1 and 10D1. So the rejection of claim and the microsurfacing bid award.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to thank staff for.
Go ahead, Brian. I just want to let you know that it's possible that Elizabeth's going to be pulling that, but I don't know. That the 10C1, I'm sorry, 10D1.
Okay,
go
I see her
ahead.
shaking her head no. So I'll just ask my brief question. I'll start with 10C1, which is the claim, and maybe I can take this offline, but just trying to understand, right, we're doing a lot of road work, which leads into the next item as well. What does the city do to kind of ensure that contractors are doing what they are supposed to do if this was even a contractor, I don't know, but, right, so we have steel plates, we have gravel in the road. Does the city play a role in that?
Ishmael, can you respond to that, please?
The short answer is yes, we do. Before anybody works on the road, they have to pull an encroachment permit in our office. Our engineering staff, as well as our public works inspectors, review the encroachment permit. We approve or deny, reject traffic control plans. We make sure that they're in line with the MUTCD requirements for traffic control plans. And then we inspect the project to make sure it's put back together to our satisfaction. So yes, we do watch with this particular incident. There was unique situations. I'm not sure if I can discuss them here, but
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'll just close by saying, as evident by this next award, we're paying good money for these services. And I would certainly support that we hold the contractors who are paying money to, just to ensure that they're doing the work that keeps our roads, safe. And I'll leave it at that. Can I move to the next item? So just in terms of the street work, I'm thrilled to see that we're awarding this money to get work done that we've talked about for years. I guess I have a question of, okay, so this gets us to the end of 26. What's the plan? I mean, maybe I'm taking a little bit of liberty here, but what's the plan when this work is done? Is there more road work? Is there a 27, 28 plan?
We had a 3-year, this was our third year of our 3-year plan that was doing all this accelerated work. After that, it'll drop back down to our regular maintenance, but all this really should have gotten us pretty close to our 70 on our PCI score. And then from that point on, it'll shift back to our regular normal maintenance schedules.
And does the moratorium still exist when we do this work? Utilities can't come in and cut it up unless there's certain requirements that are met, or is that moratorium expired?
Yeah, Ishmael can.
When does that expire, if you happen to know?
It all depends.
Can you say your name,
Oh,
please?
sorry, Scott Shepard, city engineer. It all depends on the type work. So I can't remember if it's slurry that requires 3 years and full reconstruction a 5-year moratorium. And yes, most of the time we don't allow people to do work, but sometimes utilities need to go in for any number of reasons, but we just have additional requirements they have to meet.
But the moratorium itself, so I understand what I think you're articulating is that depending on the type of work, there's a time that they can't cut up the road. But that actual moratorium itself, I think, expires at some point. Am I making sense? Or is that a permanent part of our code?
I believe it's part of the municipal code.
Oh, great.
Indefinitely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it from me, Mayor.
All right.
Oh, and sorry, one more thing. We do plan on coming back to council with a presentation on the pavement program because there's a phase 3. It's happening after phase 4, I know, but there's a phase 3 which handles some overlay and reconstruction elements. And then there will be additional work beyond that. But we're planning to come to council in the next month or two with that information once some of that gets finalized.
You get one more thing, I get one more thing too.
Sure.
So I have several questions that I've just want to follow up. So let's pull this item.
Okay.
For further discussion tonight.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Scott.
No problem.
Okay, anyone else with questions or comments? And Councilmember McAdams, we're looking for you as well, so we don't forget you're online. Okay, looks like we're good to go. I'll motion, except for 10D1, we approve our consent agenda.
Second.
Councilor McAdams, any comments?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right. We'll do a roll call, please.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Visser?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes, so that passed unanimously with the 4 of us voting. We're going to move to the public hearing, starting with 11B regarding the short-term rental prohibition temporarily. And who's going to lead us through this? Our city attorney, Renee Ortega. Thank you, Renee.
Get the presentation. Next slide. So on March 17th, council provided direction to bring back a moratorium on new short-term rentals. And the reason for this is that pending the revisions for a new short-term rental ordinance, we thought, or council thought that it would create confusion with a new set of regulations as to which set of regulations would apply to pending applications for new STRs. And that there'd be a potential for, I guess, an unlimited, short-term rentals between now and the adoption of a revised STR ordinance. And given this sort of unlimited potential for new STRs, these obviously affect housing availability, they impact neighborhood character, and potentially impact competition for the city's, hotels and other lodging businesses. An urgency ordinance is being brought forward based on council direction. So next slide. So what does an urgency ordinance do? It provides a temporary pause that would allow time for adoption of appropriate regulations. And the government code that allows for this is 65858. It does require a 4/5 vote. It is valid for 45 days and can be extended up to a total of 2 years. Should it be necessary, we would bring this back, and that first extension would allow for this moratorium to be extended for up to 10 months and 15 days. Next slide. And that is my last slide. And if there are any questions.
Okay, let's go to the public. Anyone in the building wish to comment?
Again, Sean McDonald, Marina resident. So I currently have a short-term rental permit. Wanted to clarify, the permits currently end each year, I believe June 30th. And so just clarifying, in the 45 days, yes, you can't get a new permit, but then you can extend beyond that. Does that mean after that 45 days, and then if you extend it for an additional 2 years, that means essentially at June 30th, everyone that has a permit now can't renew a permit. They can't get a permit again because it's a new permit, or they can continue renewing under whatever ordinance is in existence at the time. So that would be my clarification on that. And, I think there's reason to have related to my previous comments, because it relates to this as well. The homeowner's exemption is what you get on your county taxes if it's an owner occupied home. So I can see why there would be some wanting to have some urgency to stop it, because there seems to be a large number of the permits now are not owner occupied, because there's no requirement in the current ordinance for them to be have the homeowner's exemption. There's other evidence that's being presented, but the homeowner's exemption is what you're telling the county, that this is where you're owner occupied at this home. And that's what the ordinance of the short-term rental ordinance is supposed to do, is that you have to have an owner occupied home to be able to do it in the city of Marina. You can debate whether or not that's what you ought to do, but that issue, I think, is if you are concerned about people wanting to get ones before the new ordinance comes into play, I can understand why you would want that, because it seems that we may have quite a few of the permits out, because they're following the rules as they are now, are able to make it look like they are owner occupied when they're not. So that would be, that was what I talked about earlier in my earlier comments, and it very much relates to this comment too. I'm happy to take a question about that if that's not understood too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Okay, we will go to online. Go ahead, raise your hand if you're online and wish to comment on this matter. All right, we'll close public comment. What is the effect on permits expiring June 30th, 2026?
So this moratorium is only for 45 days. I think the idea is that we would have something in place prior to that. But if we did not, we could certainly extend that. It can be extended up to 10 months, but we could take it little by little depending on council's appetite for an extension of this moratorium. We can revisit it before the expiration of this moratorium as to what extension may be necessary at that time.
Okay, so one possibility is if we're still in transition with our rules, that we could send a letter to the 35 approximate permit holders and say, your permit expires in 30 days or 2 weeks. However, we are extending all existing permits such as yours for some length of time, 90 days, whatever it might be. They would get some kind of communication like that.
We could do something like that. I mean, yes, we could look at that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But I think Sean brings up a good point that we want to hold their hands through this transition process so they're not stressed, not knowing what's going on with their permit expiration if we have a moratorium on getting new permits. They might be planning to invest more money to fix their places up, stuff like that.
Yes, as the 45 days comes to an end, we'll look at, see what the options are, and we'll bring some of those to council, including extending the moratorium.
Okay, so 45 days would bring us to the end of May. And
Yes, the second meeting in May, I believe. so.
yeah, and then getting out to them within that 30 days, they might be starting to put their paperwork together at the start of May. And that's before we let them know what's going on. So 45 days does get us close to their expiration of their permits. So I just think we should be cognizant of that so that we communicate with them on the early side rather than letting them feel stress and confusion because they don't know what's going on. All right. Any other comments? Someone like to make a motion? And Councilman McAdams, I'm sorry if if you have any comments, this would be a good time.
I'm happy to make the motion.
Okay. Are you recommending staff recommendation to adopt the ordinance before us?
I move for approval.
All right. Is there a second for Councilman McAdams' motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call, please. I'm sorry, Brian?
Yeah, just a brief comment on the motion, in some ways, I think this is a solution to a problem that may not exist, but either way, it doesn't really affect me personally. And I think that, I could go either way, but I think that there's a will to pass it. And so I'm going to support it for that reason.
Yeah, I'm just trusting that staff's going to have a lot of headache with 2 sets of rules, and there's no purpose for that. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, that motion passes with unanimously with the 4 of us, meeting that 4/5 requirement. Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to move on to 11C regarding military equipment reporting. Anita, are you going to be presenting this?
Please, come on up.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. All right, so tonight, get my orders here. Or are you gonna run the, okay, very good. All right. Yeah, I can. All right, well, good evening. So tonight I'm presenting the Marina Police Department's annual military equipment report for calendar year 2025. As required by Assembly Bill 481, along with request for approval for additional equipment for 2026. Next slide. All right. AB 481 requires law enforcement agencies to obtain government body approval for the equipment the statute categorizes as military equipment. I want to emphasize that Marina Police Department does not participate in federal 1033 program. We have not obtained any equipment designated for military battlefield use. However, certain tools we use for public safety, drones, patrol rifles, less lethal launchers, do fall under statutory definition and require your annual review and approval. The law requires 4 things: your approval by ordinance, the annual reporting, public website posting, and a community engagement meeting, which we have already held. Next slide. For the calendar year 2025, I can report full compliance with AB 481 and Policy 707. We made 0 new acquisitions. There were 0 policy violations. We received 0 complaints from the public regarding our military equipment. Our Regional Special Response Unit, SRU, which is a collaborative multi-agency SWAT team serving the Monterey Peninsula, was deployed 9 times in 2025. 2 of those deployed in the city of Marina. In March, the SRU assisted with an open field search for an attempted murder suspect who had crashed a vehicle near Marina Greenbelt after a pursuit. The suspect was located safely at a nearby hotel. Secondly, in September, SRU served an attempted murder arrest warrant at a residence in Marina. All of our deployments, equipment were used in strict accordance with the policy. All incidents involved armed, dangerous individuals, and no equipment was deployed for protests or demonstrations. Next slide. Our current inventory includes 4 drones used for search warrant and rescue and scene assessment. We participate in the regional Bearcat armored vehicle through MPR SRU, which is the Monterey Peninsula Regional Special Response Unit. We do not own it, but it is registered to our department. We also maintain 23 patrol rifles, which are standard issued and exempt under the statute, but for full transparency, we listed here. We also have 7 40 millimeter less lethal launchers and 1 bolo wrap restraint device. The total annual maintenance cost across all categories is approximately $5,085. I should note that the $1,000 annual cost for the Bearcat is funded through Prevent, which is the Peninsula Regional Violence and Narcotics Team. A lot of acronyms here. Does not come out of the City General Fund, though we include it here because it is a department vehicle that we're responsible for. Next slide. Also with this, again, as I mentioned, we had the 2 deployments, those locations on the March 27th and September the 10th. And let's see here. Yeah, we've already talked about that, so you can advance that. Sorry, I got ahead of myself in my reading. All right, so as it relates to equipment for 2026. For 2026, we're requesting approval for 5 categories of additional equipment. I want to walk you through each of these very quickly. One is the mini drone. We're requesting 5 mini drones at a combined cost of $10,000 plus tax. These supplement our aging drones, and we feel that by procuring them, that they will prevent us from having operational failure and also give us some operational redundancy. No expansion of surveillance or authority has been changed or increased. Advanced large drone platform. We're looking at 1 advanced large drone program, recurring operational program, including a platform that also includes FAA licensing, training, maintenance, and life cycle replacement. It will also have enhanced thermal imaging, extended flight time, which is very important, as well as night operation capabilities. This replaces the need for helicopter deployments at approximate cost of $2,500 to $5,000 per hour, and eliminates our reliance on the surrounding agencies for drone support that we constantly receive from other agencies or fire departments. The specific vendor, brand, and platform type are to be determined pending the funding and vendor vetting. This request is simply to seek policy authorization pursuant to AB 481 to include this enhanced USA capability within the department's approved equipment inventory. It does not seek approval for a specific vendor or financial commitment at this time. The department will return to the City Council with all recommended vendor detailed cost information and identified funding sources and any required budget actions for full council review and approval prior to acquisition. This approach preserves the council fiscal oversight authority while also ensuring AB 481 compliance is met. Next item is the multi-shot less lethal launcher. It's a 40 millimeter launcher and to increase our availability of less lethal force options. Also, fourth is our six rifle suppressors. So I want to be very clear that this is what we're seeking here is a suppressor is a hearing protection device. It does not make firearms silent. It reduces the sound from approximately 165 decibels to 130 to 35 decibels. This is still louder than a jackhammer. However, the purpose is to protect the officer's hearing, reduce blast concussions, and improve tactical communications. There is no change for use of force policy and no increase in our lethality. Next to the last item here is our patrol rifles. So we're looking at patrol rifles we're wanting to begin supplementing our aging inventory. Some of our current rifles are approaching 25 years. This phased modernization is not an expansion. We're looking at the same caliber, same training, same policies are applicable across the board. So across all 5 requests, there's no expansion of authority of use, no change to the use of force standards, no change to training requirements, no change to civil rights safeguards that are in place. Next slide. And speaking of safeguards, our oversight framework remains robust. We have a designated military equipment coordinator. We conduct annual inventory verification. We use every use is governed by Policy 707, which is adopted by City Council. The annual report is posted on our department webpage. We hold community engagement meetings, which has been completed, and the public can also file complaints through different channels if they choose. Next slide. In closing, my recommendation tonight is twofold. First, that the council receive the 2025 annual military equipment report. And then second, that the council adopt an ordinance approving amendments to the military equipment use policy to authorize additional equipment I have described before for the 2026 report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Sure.
Let's go to public, starting with those of you present in person. Seeing no one rise, let's go to the public online. Please raise your hand if you'd wish to speak remotely. We'll give you a moment, those of you that are zooming in. Natalie, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead,
Hey,
Natalie. Good
I have a
evening.
quick question. Is this general public comment or are you already on an agenda item?
Yes, we are beyond. No, it's not public comment. We did that earlier. This is on the annual report for 2026 military equipment requests.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I missed public comment. Will it be available later in the week?
Well, you can always email us or call us as elected officials or staff, but we have our next council meeting with public comment for things not on the agenda on April 21st. April 21st is the next official public comment.
Okay, I submitted a letter for public comment, so that'll have to suffice for now. Thank you so much. Sorry
Thank
I
you,
was
Natalie.
late coming from
And I
work.
think I read your letter. I think everyone has read your letter. So thank you very much for sending it.
Thank you for taking the time, everybody. I appreciate the council. Take care.
You too. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Council, questions, comments, motion? Let's go to Councilmember McAdams. Make sure you're still there and we don't forget you to say anything if you'd like input.
No, just thank you so much, Chief, for this presentation. And I think, right now is the time of year when all the cities, their public safety are providing this report. So I appreciate that we're in compliance and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to thank the chief for answering all my questions before the meeting. I had a lot of detailed questions as usual, but I really appreciate you saying, let me say, you always write such beautiful emails. So the primary goal is to responsibly transition our equipment through a phased and incremental replacement approach. And each year we will return to the council with recommendations to continue replacing aging firearms and related equipment in a measured and fiscally responsible manner until the inventory has been fully modernized. We all hope that this will never need to be used, but it needs to be in good condition. So yes, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief. I'm gonna try to tread carefully. It's interesting to me that drones are considered military equipment, but ALPR is not. My 10-year-old niece has a drone, but not an ALPR. My understanding is some cities do list ALPR under this military equipment list, but maybe the law is ambiguous on whether it's required or not. I know it's very controversial, but I think that we as a council have a duty to be the ones responsible for that. And so I'm just wondering if next year we can consider whether it's appropriate to add that to the list or not.
Whatever the council would prefer, I can look at the statute and get with the city attorney to see where it falls into that category. I do know that it didn't come up under the current research, so others may be doing it. We do have a much more robust platform of being transparent with our ALPR. On our website, you will see there's a portal that you can go on 24/7 and see how many vehicles and things are being captured through our program. I think that that's a new option and item for us. So we are providing that data and that information much more frequently than a 1 year coming back with you to in a report would provide. So I think if anything, the ALPRs are being reviewed and analyzed and assessed much more frequently than the use of our military equipment is in this case as it relates to this process.
Okay. So I'll let my colleagues, articulate if they disagree with my assessment, but for next year, again, just considering whether we want to add that or not, I'd probably favor on the side of more transparency than less. So that's me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And on the automated license plate readers, ALPRs, wasn't there an incident in the last 7 days where they came in handy on a serious incident in Marina? Can you summarize that incident?
I'm trying to think of which one that was. Having a brain lock right now. I know
a battery using a weapon on an individual, and the suspect fled in a vehicle.
I know that I've been out of town, so I came back, but I do know that since we've had it up since I've been here, there are at least 6 or 7, and a lot of those cases are also, for examples of scenarios, are also being posted on our website so that you can see how cases are quickly being solved as a result of that. We've had a robbery in another jurisdiction that came through our town, and we picked it up, made the vehicle stop, et cetera. There's been multiple examples of how that technology works.
So I think a lot of us have heard about instances where we're glad we have them because they've been very useful.
Mhm.
In situations we're glad that they were used, and then around the nation we've heard about some misuse of flock cameras. And so I don't know if it's appropriate for the military equipment, but I think your response to Councilman McCarthy was there are ways we can be transparent, but it doesn't have to be part of this.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that at all. We have a report, a policy on that that's posted online, very detailed, very informative. In fact, I've had some conversations with the city attorney, and we're going to enhance that even a little bit more in some areas to model some of the other cities. But I think it's very robust now, and we put a lot of information forward now.
It's controversial enough. I think it'd be good to have it as an agenda item just to discuss it. We don't have to take any votes, but just to have an open flow discussion, because maybe there's things I'm misunderstanding, and I'm sure there are. But anyway, I think it'd be great to have that discussion in support of Councilman McCarthy's and everybody else's concern about the potential misuse of automatic license plate readers. Okay. So I'll motion that we receive this 2025 report we've heard from our chief, and that make the required findings under the Government Code 7071, and adopt the ordinance before us, approving the amendments to our military equipment use policy, and direct the policy, the annual report, updated equipment list be posted on the City of Marina website as required by government code.
Second.
Any final comments before we go to a vote? Okay, Jenny, I don't see your hand, so let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes, thank you. That motion's passed unanimously, and I'd like to thank you, Chief, and your department. I know there's a lot goes into this besides what we just see here, and all year round, you're keeping track and taking care of all the ins and outs of this. Very much appreciated.
Our pleasure. Thanks for your support.
You bet. Okay, so that's it for the hearings. And now we go to action item Izunokuni, Japan. City friendship going to sister city, an upgrade. City manager is going to take this.
Yes, I'll handle this. We've had a wonderful relationship really with both of our cities. With Namwon, Korea, South Korea, we have a sister city relationship. Originally with Izunokuni, Japan, we had talked about a sister city relationship, and they typically start off with a friendship city, and then if it works out good, they move forward with a sister city. There's really not a whole lot of difference between friendship and sister city as far as our policies and our regulations. The only really difference is a sister city relationship. We kind of have a third party organization like ACOM that kind of helps and sponsors it. And then under a sister city, we can potentially use some of our allocated funding to assist with travel and lodging expenses. But other than that, it's pretty much similar. With Izunokuni, they really have been an amazing city to interact with. Our youth with Marina High School have been having this is their third year now where they have an exchange program online, and so they meet regularly over Zoom. There's about 6 to 8 students that have been participating in that, and it's just been a wonderful cultural exchange on the students level, and that has been really important to Izunokuni, and they want to continue that program. They had a delegation that came over here in 2024, and then we had a delegation that went over to Japan in 2025. And then this year, they're going to have some students that are actually going to come over in August, and ACOM will help in facilitating and helping to host with them. And so the proposal is to change our relationship from friendship to sister. Izunokuni's council has already approved that, and we have April 20th as a signing ceremony between the two cities, and that's the proposal. And if you don't have any questions, we have about a 6 or 7 minute video that the students of Izunokuni did for our city. And if you don't have any questions right now, we'll show the video.
The brief question, Mayor. I think it was Councilmember Biala that pulled this item. Was that the reason she pulled it? Because she wanted the video showed? Or I definitely want to know what her thoughts were.
Yes, it was the video. It was the video show.
All right, thank you.
This one is chosen current virtual. Like this is my.
Hi guys, I'm Koyakiyama. Do you remember what my favorite food is? Our last online meeting. It's karage, Japanese fried chicken. My mom made this for me today. It's even better if you dip between this. Itadakimasu.
Okay, is there any reason why we couldn't see this on the 20th?
Yeah, we could definitely put it on the 20th.
All right, looks like a good quality production. All right, just we have our own issues in the building here. Does anyone have any, let's go to the public. Does anyone have any input? Those of you that are in the building, come forward if you'd like. Not seeing anyone rise, let's go to those folks online regarding the sister city potential. Okay, we'll close public comment, come back to council. Councilman McCarthy, do you have anything?
I do, Mayor. One, would it be appropriate to maybe post this on the city Facebook at some point too, either after next week or before?
Yeah, we can actually do that the next day or two.
That'd be great. And then just my other comment is just incredibly thankful for staff and council members who were able to travel there on their own dime and, you know, represent the city. And I know I've said this before, but, you know, another opportunity to say thank you. I'm incredibly jealous that I couldn't make it, but maybe another time. But I know we were well represented. So that's it, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Brian. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Same thing here. I would like to thank everybody from the staff who's worked on this or is working on it. And the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, especially the high school and the middle school here in Marina. And Councilmember Kathy Biala, who's now traveling in Japan or in Asia somewhere. And the relationship is so good with Izunokuni that although she is not visiting Izunokuni, she will see the mayor Masa. They will meet somewhere in between. So I'm jealous of that, but I hope that one day more people, council members or city attorney, retired city manager, anybody, if you have a chance to go, yes, I hope that more people can go, and especially, of course, also our youth, our students. So yeah, very positive experience. Thank you.
Thank you. It was brought home to me when we were in Japan, in Izunokuni. We went to one of their 3 junior high schools, and in the hallway of the high school and in the library of the high school, there were break fronts, glass cabinets with letters and art from our Los Arboles middle school students to their students. And you could tell by the way they were displayed that they were honored to have that communication from our students for their posting in their hallway and their library. And it was moving, and it was moving experience to see that because we're so far away, and yet here we have home in their high school. And since then, Japanese is now being taught in our middle school and our high school, and it is hoped that some of our Japanese Marina students learning Japanese will be able to travel to Izunokuni, but that sort of exchange begins this August with them coming here with their high school students. It's a logistical, complicated situation to bring minors over in groups with housing and everything and expenses, but it's a great experience to watch them on Zoom, talking to each other. Our 6 high school students every year talk to 6 of their high school students every year on Zoom repeatedly during the school year. You take a train to school, you drive your car to school? You know, they're just opening up to each other about how different their lifestyles are. It's really sweet to see them interacting across the ocean. So it's been a good program so far. And as Brian mentioned, I think maybe Elizabeth, thanks to Councilmember Kathy Bial for getting the Namwon sister city in Korea going, and the Izuno Kuni friendship city now turning into a sister city going in Japan. And thanks to all the folks that have gone. We had 13 folks go to Korea on their own dime, and then we had 10 folks from Marina go to Japan on their own dime. And it was a good way to do it. And I hope that we have some more interactions. It would be nice to take it the next step further and try to engage some exchange of industry or business. But you know, that's going to take time, and it can't happen if you don't have this kind of relationship trying to make it happen. So really great program so far. Would someone like to make a motion? And I'm sorry, Councilmember McAdams, did you have any input?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I'd like to move for approval.
Second. Okay. So that includes the resolution before us and authorize the city manager and city attorney to perform their roles respectively. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Councilmember McAdams, did you vote? You might have been muted.
Yes, aye. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So that motion passes unanimously with the four of us present. And now we go on to the densest topic of tonight, which is our status of our habitat management plan compliance report, including incidental take permit for Monterey Gilia, also known as San Gilia.
And before Aaron starts, I want to just give a little background on this, because hopefully we are coming things to a close with this. Right now we have, with this Artemis 2 program, it really is an amazing thing that's going on in our lifetime right now. And I've looked at that and I've seen a lot of parallels to what's going on with our habitat management program. You're probably wondering what in the heck, but it's amazing that this rocket vehicle uses the Earth gravity to get up there, and then it's a fixed amount of fuel that they have, and they point in a certain direction, and then it uses Earth's gravity to go on this narrow path up to the moon, grabs hold of the gravity around the moon. It goes all the way around the moon, and it comes back, and they have a perfect alignment to do this figure eight all the way back to the Earth and splash down. And all these resources and people are all, and there's different pressures and forces and everything out there. And there's this kind of perfect little path that they have to weave through to be able to have a successful mission. And this is kind of what we've been going through, this habitat management program and this ITP. And there's all these different forces that are in play out there. And initially, when the Army was here and they closed down, the ballpark, the big picture was 80% of the land went to open space and the national monument and land conservation, and 20% was to go to the cities, the underlying land use jurisdictions, and it was for development, for job creation, for businesses, for economic growth, to offset the impact of Fort Ord closing. It was at the time, and still is, the largest military base closure in the United States. And so this 20%, this vacant land went to the cities, and then the Fort Ord Reuse Authority had a role at that point that they were supposed to do this habitat management plan or habitat conservation plan. And it was going to mitigate for all the environmental impacts and the endangered species of this 20% land that was in the cities. And it was going to provide all the mitigation for that. And FOR worked on that for 25 years. And their last 2 years really worked hard with Fish and Wildlife and California Fish and Wildlife and National Wildlife Survey. and they weren't able to get it home. It was just so complex, and all different parties and all these different forces that had their various interests, and it didn't work out. And so now it's punted down the road to our city and all the other cities. And right off the bat, our city took a lead role and said, okay, we have these habitat management areas that we want to get out in front. The city council approved hiring Denise Stuffing and Associates, and Erin has been with us for years, and she's an expert in this, and she's done a phenomenal job for us. And so it started off with our habitat management areas. We're going to put together a habitat resource management plan to finally appropriately maintain and monitor these important habitat management areas. And so they've been working on that, but going through that process, we said, okay, we have this other open land in the city of Marina, and we need to get out in front of it because we have all these endangered species. And if we want to move forward and do any work or development, and a perfect example is for years, our youth leagues have been saying, we need to develop soccer fields and more baseball fields. And guess what? We can't do anything because those are on former bordered lands. And until we develop an incidental take permit, we're handcuffed. And so the city council said, in addition to this habitat management plan that DD&A worked on, we also added the responsibilities of an incidental take permit. And so all of our vacant land that was transferred to the city, or the remaining that was transferred to us, we've been going through a process. We've met many times with the public, had some really good meetings where we got a lot of public input. We kind of came through with this balanced approach of, okay, here's land that we want to develop, and there's a lot of land that we need to mitigate to be able to develop on this property, which means that this other land we have to put in conservation easements. And so essentially we're dividing up the city, and this is where the Artemis 2 comes in. I mean, you're kind of weaving through this little path, and it's difficult. It's really challenging. You have a lot of different forces, a lot of different interests here. But we're kind of to the end point. We've identified these are the areas that are important for us to be able to develop in the future. And Erin's presentation, she's going to highlight those again. And to be able to develop on these properties, these other properties, we're going to have to mitigate for these, and that's the ITP. And those are going to be in a permanent conservation easement. And so the end result that we're wanting tonight is to finalize, okay, these are the areas that we're going to develop. And to be able to develop these in the future, we're going to need to put in a permanent conservation these other areas. And part of that conservation easement is then in the future, we're going to monitor, we're going to maintain, and we're going to improve the quality of these endangered species in this land. And so Erin is going to walk us through where we are at this point. We also have Frederick with Kimley Horn Engineering, because a big part of this is our we have these roads that are impacted. Initially, we talked about the Del Monte Extension Road connecting to 2nd Avenue. We've kind of pulled that off, and then we've Dr. Fred Watson has brought up, and I think Mayor Delgado, they had a question about putting this little trail instead along through here. And so Frederick is going to address that. We've talked that over with Fish and Wildlife. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Erin, and Frederick will talk later on. And that is our goal, is that we hope to be able to get to a point where we're comfortable to give us direction to move forward with an application that will actually start that process. And if we want to have more meetings, we can certainly do that. There's nothing that is delaying us other than things like these areas that we want to develop. And really the most pressing is these, by the Preston Park, these ball fields. That we can't, we're at a point now that to be able to move forward with that plan, we need to have this ITP framework moving forward. We've talked with Fish and Wildlife, and they're kind of willing, if we have a plan and we're kind of moving forward with that, they can kind of work with us to allow us to move forward with development of those ball fields. We're kind of doing that. And then, so with that, we'll turn it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Lane, and good evening, Aaron.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much for having me again, and I'll see if I can outdo the chief with the number of acronyms in my presentation. Last time I was here was November. We brought the conceptual mitigation strategy for the incidental take permit before you, and a lot of questions came up. There are a lot of complex issues that we're dealing with, and that's what Lane was speaking to. And I loved your analogy because it's very applicable. So tonight we're coming back to you with responses and recommendations on those issues that were presented. Specifically for, can you start the presentation? It's okay. Tonight we'll give you an update on the resource management plan project for the habitat management areas that the city owns, and specifically address some questions that were brought up in November about the Salinas River habitat management areas, and we'll give you an updated timeline on that. So we'll start there, and then we're going to dive into the citywide ITP project and those issues that were brought up at the November meeting. And then lastly, as Lane said, we're hoping to come to resolution on these items so we can actually submit the permit application and get this ball really rolling with the resource agencies. Thank you. Okay. All right. So just to remind you all of the resource management plan, Lane touched on this already. The city is obligated by the Fort Ord Habitat Management Plan and the deeds for these properties to manage for habitat and for specific areas on the former Fort Ord within the city limits. As part of our process, we've talked about how we're coordinating with the 2045 General Plan Update and Environmental Impact Report process. We want to make sure we're consistent and we're fluid and we've got all of our bases covered and we can rely on that CEQA document for permit issuance. It's really important. We're also making sure that we are consistent between the conceptual mitigation strategy for the ITP and the resource management plan. For example, one of the habitat management areas is also where we're proposing some development under the ITP. We need to make sure that they're consistent. Takes a while. Do I have to hold it? Oh, I probably did too far. Okay, here are our 4 habitat management areas. So starting from the far west, we've got the Marina northwest corner, and then going down to the south here, and that's obviously Highway 1 and the boundary with former Fort Ord and City of Marina here. So you see this right as you're getting off Del Monte Boulevard. And then we have the landfill HMA, which southern boundary is Inner Garrison Road. And up on the north side is the airport HMA. And then what came up last time were questions about the Salinas River HMA. And I do want to extend the invite. We talked about it last time as well, doing a site visit at these 4 HMAs and also the proposed conservation areas and development areas, and maybe making a good day of it. Unfortunately, this wacky, wonderful weather has not been good for Gilead this year. It's really small and not showing too well, but we'll have a lot of lovely things to show you. So we'll I'll work with Lane to coordinate on that. Okay, so see, I went too far. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So the Salinas River HMA, the public and city council acknowledged at the last meeting that the Salinas River HMA is a unique area that warrants evaluation for potential public use. Under the HMP, the Fort Ord HMP, the overarching big document for the entire base, this area is designated as a habitat reserve, which is a land use category intended to protect biologically important habitat for HMP species. Lands designated as habitat reserves are set aside from development, and the primary management objective for this category is the conservation and enhancement of threatened and endangered species. With the exception of the Oak Oval HMA, which is owned by the County of Monterey, New development is not allowed within designated habitat reserves under the HMP, including the construction of new roads or trails. However, public access may be permitted within the Salinas River HMA, provided that the goals and objectives of the HMP and the resource management plan currently under development continue to be met. Such access would be required to occur on existing roads and trails. So access is not a problem. Creating new roads and trails would be an issue to work through. So just wanted to go through there. And then in terms of an update, so the draft RMP will describe the existing and potential future uses within the Salinas River HMA and identify habitat management and monitoring measures, as well as associated costs. To ensure activities within the HMA remain consistent with the goals and objectives of the HMP and RMP. The public and council will have the opportunity to review and provide comments on the proposed uses and management measures and associated costs during the public review period for the draft RMP anticipated in the fall of 2026. Maybe sooner if we can combine these efforts with a little bit more momentum. So, but I do want to say we have heard the council and the public loud and clear that public access is a want within this area. So we're going to draft it in that way and look forward to your comments on that document when we get it out. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, again, our meeting in November was pretty beefy. We presented the conceptual mitigation strategy for Monterey-Gallia, and we have 5 different categories. We've tried to split up the presentation that way, as well as the staff report, to be really clear to address each of those questions comprehensively. There was a discussion about Dodwall's notice of violation he received from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for violation of the Endangered Species Act for taking Monterey-Gallia during construction of the Home to Suites project. He received a violation, and the city council wanted to understand the fiduciary role of that in that NOV. So we'll be addressing that tonight. Council also requested implications of retaining and closing the various equestrian trails in one of the proposed conservation areas. There was also a request from council about looking into changing the land use designation in a portion of the northwest corner HMA. We talked a lot about Del Monte Extension, and we're going to again tonight. There's a request for a detailed traffic study for that roadway, as well as evaluating the possibility of a Class 1 trail similar to the FORTAG, the Fort Ord Regional Trail and Greenway project, and seeing what that might look like through that area. Let's see. Oh, and then Cypress Knolls. We talked about the potential to allow impacts to the southern area of Monterey-Gallia identified in our conservation area, and explore mitigation lands outside of or not owned by the city to mitigate for additional take. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. This is just to remind you where we started, and specifically to remind you about the northwest corner. This was the original footprint. We started working with the City Public Works Department back in 2018 on this potential thoroughfare to the primary project objectives, again, were to connect the city and avoid and reduce or increase public safety associated with this on-ramp and off-ramp. It's a complicated area, as everyone knows. So just want to remind you of that original footprint going straight through north-south of that northwest corner. We brought this forward in May of last year and brought it again before the public and community the year before to discuss prioritizing areas. And we heard that the Del Monte Boulevard Extension Corridor, Cypress Knolls area, and the airport were the top priorities for development for the city. So based on those priorities, we worked on identifying the conservation areas in these remaining areas. And so we got to the next slide, please. We got to this current conceptual mitigation strategy. This has not changed since we were here in November. Just wanted to be clear. So since the previous slide and this slide, We worked with the resource agencies, CDFW, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, council, public works department, engineers to figure out how to bring this forward as part of the permit application. So just to give you again a rundown, you can see that this northwest corner HMA no longer has that road corridor going north-south. That was because, and we brought this to you in May of last year. It's been a whole year. So we were here in May and we heard from the agencies very strongly that the road bisecting that really important blue polygon right here of Monterey-Gilead, which happens to overlap with the obligate host plant for Smith's blue butterfly, which is a federally listed species, would be really difficult to mitigate for. And they requested that we look into realigning or potential realignment of the Del Monte extension. And I'll get to this in more detail on following slides. So we did that, and that's where we are. And we were proposing to preserve these two polygons of Monterey-Gilead here, allow for some additional expansion of the Marina Equestrian Center here while preserving this area, which is referred to as the 8th Street area. We talked about preserving this area around here for the landfill. Preston Park, as the city manager mentioned, Public Works is working on a proposal to expand athletic facilities there. And so we're looking to conserve the remaining area of this habitat, which is in pretty good shape. And one of my favorite spots is the Salinas Reservation Road area. Great Gilead site, putting that aside for conservation. And what is amazing about this mitigation strategy to me is that the agencies are really willing to allow the city to develop the airport as shown, as long as we can keep this balance. And that I know that that's a really important revenue source or development opportunity for the city. So as CDFW has told us, we're on the right track and we want to continue on the right track. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So we're zooming in now to look at the 8th Street area, which I was just highlighting in terms of the expansion of the equestrian area, and then all the stuff that's going on in this 8th Street area. So we're going to talk right now about Dodwall's notice of violation. What has happened is that CDFW issued that violation and they said, you need to get your own ITP, you need to remedy the situation. Hey, by the way, given the limited availability of mitigation lands for Monterey-Gilead, the scale of the impact, and the fact that the city is undergoing the citywide ITP process, CDFW recommended that Dodwall coordinate with the city to determine the feasibility of including mitigation for the unauthorized take as part of the citywide ITP. Now, if you remember at our November meeting, we talked about that joining mitigation strategies approach with the Transportation Agency for Monterey County associated with their 4TAG project, which is right here going through our 8th Street corridor and up the side. This is the California segment that is soon to be constructed. So they needed mitigation. So we coordinated with them and they are going to utilize, for the support of council, about 4.6 acres here and shown in purple, where restoration and enhancement activities will occur and in partnership with the city. So what we were proposing back in November is that we do something similar with Dodwall in that there's about 0.36 acres over here selected for its sandy location, potential good outplanting area for Gilead. As noted in the staff report, I can't do all the numbers off the top of my head, but you'll see the math. It's a bigger area than maybe a 3-to-1 ratio would require under an individual permit that Dodwall might get on his own. But it does allow for some flexibility, just assigning a space and working with it as we negotiate this process moving forward. And again, we haven't submitted an application. CDFW has not given us official thumbs up that this is the appropriate site, area, type of activity that would be required for Dodwall. but whatever is required for Dodwall, the city could engage in an agreement with them and be reimbursed. So I'll get to that more in a moment. So because the city is already proposing the conservation of this area as part of the citywide, it would not be incorporating mitigation for Dodwall can be accomplished without significant additional effort or resource commitment by the city. In addition, incorporating mitigation for the NOV into the citywide would not necessitate an increase in the amount of mitigation land included in the overall conceptual mitigation strategy or reduce the area proposed for future development. So whether the city supports this or not, it's not a big hit on the city.
Whether the city supports it or not, did you mean to say it's not a big impact on the city or it's not a big hit on the city?
Big impact on the city. Do you want to clarify?
Yeah, so what Fish and Wildlife told us is at least from an area point of view, whether we include Dadwall in it or not has zero impact on the area. So if we allow him to mitigate here, doesn't increase or decrease the area that we're going to put in a conservation easement. If we don't include him, same thing, doesn't impact it one way or the other. If we do include it, then as Aaron talked about, we would be proposing we go back to Mr. Dadwall, and Fish and Wildlife wants this. They want to be able to document in the area where that notice of violation, where those improvements would be happening to mitigate for those impacts. And so that's kind of what we're saying from a land point of view. Doesn't hurt the city, doesn't impact the city at all if we allow him to mitigate some of that land. But then what we would do is enter into agreement defining that area, because Fish and Wildlife want to know exactly where that area is and what those mitigation improvements are that will offset the notice of violation.
Yeah, and if I can just make two quick points. Should CDFW require something different than what's in the conceptual strategy, then at that point we would seek further council feedback at that time. And if we needed to come back with that, we would. Again, for any costs related to that mitigation in terms of documentation and preservation for that mitigation going forward, we'd come back with an agreement for that as well. Depending, again, once we have those numbers, we don't know what those numbers are at the moment. So, but we'd come back to council for that agreement as well once we have that information.
Thank you both for that. I got a little off script, so I appreciate the clarifications. So on the flip side, if the city chooses not to incorporate the mitigation from Dodwall's NOV, he will be required per the violation to obtain his own ITP on his own individually and find land and hire a consultant and do all that, which is obviously very costly, but that would be his responsibility. Okay. Again, I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions, so I'm going to move on to the equestrian trails. So there was a question about what are the implications of retaining or closing some of these equestrian trails. Those are shown here in yellow. They would, under this conservation easement with CDFW, access would continue to be allowed, as well as the FORTAG access through this area. It would probably need to be fenced, symbolic fences or otherwise. We haven't seen the ITP from the FORTAG permit yet, so we're not exactly sure what the fencing will exactly look like. But it's important to note, as Lane mentioned, that CDFW is evaluating the conceptual mitigation strategy at a regional scale. It's not, it's considering overall habitat quality rather than prescribing a specific mitigation ratio, like 3-to-1, as it typically is done at project level. As a result, retaining the 1.1 acres of equestrian trails shown here in yellow and allowing access to the 8th Street area would not necessitate an increase in the amount of mitigation land included in the overall mitigation strategy. So retaining or closing would require similar management activities under the long-term management plan. As a result, we're anticipating the cost of keeping them open or closed about the same. They'd be similar in magnitude under the citywide ITP. Okay, next slide, please.
Before that map goes away,
Oh,
can you
sure.
just go back? And
Yes.
just to make very clear. So all those, the blue area around the equestrian center and the former Los Animas, that would all end up in conservation easements. And so we'd never be able to access Imjin Road through there. But if you'll see out on the equestrian center, that red up above that, that is area that is still in National Park Service property, and that will give us the ability in the future to expand. And the council, as we gave us direction to look at our concessionaire agreement and going out again, and this would give us the ability to expand the use of that equestrian area, and that's an important part of this whole trade-off.
Thank you, Lane. Okay. So, there was a question from council about this red area down here that we're proposing as being developed under the citywide ITP, with the rest of this blue area being preserved. And the request from council involved evaluating the change of the land use designation for the southwest portion of the northwest corner HMA to a conservation designation, rather than retaining the existing designation of habitat preserve and other open space, or the proposed regional retail designation identified in the draft land use plan prepared for the city's 2045 general plan update. As you know, the city is currently preparing the 2045 general plan update. And in January 9th of last year, City Council identified its preferred land use alternative for the general plan. The alternative is currently being analyzed in the draft environmental impact report, which is anticipated to be released in summer 2026. Modifying this designation at this stage would represent a significant and costly change and would delay the release of the draft EIR. As such, we're recommending that modifying the land use designation be a planning and policy decision considered through the established planning environmental review process associated with the 2045 general plan update. One option I talked to Guido about was changing that to conservation could be an alternative evaluated in that chapter of the EIR section, rather than changing the fundamental project description at this time. So that's our recommendation there.
Excuse me, Aaron, are you saying that the project description could call this the former designation, but there could be an alternative project description or alternative to that would call it conservation?
Sure.
So that the impacts of the alternative and the main project description could be analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But for the purpose of our conceptual mitigation strategy, we'd like to keep it as is, because it represents maybe a worst case scenario. If it does get put in conservation later, it's just different. It's not increasing impacts, for example. Okay. Okay. All right. Del Monte extension. Okay. Here we are. So as I mentioned last year, Kimley Horn, per the request of the agencies, evaluated a realignment alternative, shifting the original alignment of Del Monte Boulevard to the east along the western boundary of Cypress Knolls. As you can see, this retains a proposed future connection for Caltrans for ramps, and Frederick's going to speak to this a little bit later. But for our purposes, I wanted to just, I think, acknowledge that, from public works, from a planning perspective, from the connectivity, public safety issues, the original alignment through this parcel was the best to meet project objectives, but it's too impactful and it's not going to work from a mitigation standpoint, to be quite honest. So instead of having a direct connection, it is less optimal, that it's a little, go out of your way and then you got to go back down to Del Monte. So, we can continue to work with the engineers on that proposed alternative or alignment and all of that. But right now, this is the least environmental damaging alternative for that connection. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so when Kimley Horn did that evaluation of the shifting of Del Monte, they also looked at the feasibility of placing that class 1 4 tag-like trail along the western boundary and along the eastern boundary, see what those alignments might look like. This is very conceptual, and Frederick will speak to this in a moment. These alignments would avoid obviously bisecting that important population of Gilead shown here. So that's the main goal, is to avoid the buckwheat here, the Smith's blue butterfly habitat and Gilead, and keeping the trail to the side. So you'll see in the staff report that the west, Kimley Horn determined that the west side was highly constrained and not the most feasible option to meet resource agency's request. It requires significant amount of grading, and we can visit this when we go do a site visit. So it would actually, you could squeeze it there and it looks good on paper, but when you finish engineering, construction, all of that, you're actually going to have impacts to the species. You're going to have encroachment into the Caltrans right of way and also the coastal zone. And since Kimley Horn looked at this east side, we talked to MPUSD. They're not willing to give us an easement, so that would push it over more. And I think they've just constructed their field renovations. So I'm not sure how far over this would go, but that's not the most feasible option anymore. So that was all outlined in our staff report from last month. And we got some questions from Dr. Fred Watson that evening and some recommendations of how to, maybe this could work. Again, showing something on paper is different than actual on the ground engineering. And I'm not the engineer. So I will leave that to Frederick. But I think I'm going to finish my presentation, hand it over to Frederick, so we're not doing a little bit too much back and forth. But I do want to give the permitting implications of what these trails would look like, or if we wanted to include these trails, what that permitting implications look like. So while it's possible to minimize impacts and you're not bisecting these this important area down the middle, CDFW and Fish and Wildlife Service are very concerned, strongly concerned about impacts to Gilead habitat and the seed bank, and also any edge effects that might occur. Edge effects, for those that aren't in the know, are when you place development next to an open space area, there's some effect that kind of encroaches into the conservation area or protected open space. For example, if you put a trail along this boundary and you don't, you'll need to accommodate for drainage, stormwater runoff, monitor for erosion, make sure that people aren't going off the developed area into the preserved area. So those are big concerns of the agencies, and they are not excited about either option on the west or the east, or anything that goes to our proposed conservation easement as part of the mitigation strategy. They are concerned that we cannot fully mitigate for this trail. So not only would we need to mitigate for the acreage lost for the footprint, but also for any edge effects, and also we would need to account for the reduced conservation value associated with the CE now that it's a conservation area, now that it abuts development. So we would have to subtract the trail acreage and reduce the value of our conserved area, and we'd have to make that up somewhere. That's a lot of acreage. It's not just this area here or an area there. It's a significant amount of acreage. Resource agencies highly value this area. So with that, I think I will close with Cypress Knolls and then hand this over to Frederick. So next slide, please. Okay, so lastly, I think one of the council members had a question about, hey, this is kind of complicated. Do you think maybe we can impact this area proposed for conservation and find mitigation elsewhere? And as we mentioned earlier, CDFW is evaluating the conceptual mitigation strategy at a regional scale, considering overall habitat quality. So we're not going plant by plant. So at this early stage in the permitting process, again, not having submitted an application to date, it's not yet known whether impacts to Southern Polygon would require additional mitigation. And so requesting, and in addition, Dr. Fred Watson of CSUMB has expressed that the 2 large polygons containing these gilia are represent historically important populations. So we want to keep these as proposed and go submit the conservation strategy as shown here in our application and see what the agencies say. If there's an opportunity to develop that and we don't need more land, we can have these conversations. Again, as Lane mentioned at the beginning, we really just want to get to the point where we can submit an application and have these areas be supported by the council, and also start those negotiations. Once you submit a permit, it's a while before we get it issued and we can actually get a lands package complete. So really great to further this along. I think my last slide is just some information about acreages. And I think with that, I'll turn it over to Fred and his presentation. He's got a few slides. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Good to see you. Frederick Venter with Kimley Horn. We have a couple of slides here to talk through specifically the proposed interchange, and then we're going to talk also through the trail alignments, and more so the one that's adjacent to the Caltrans, by the way. Next slide, please. So I don't know, this is a fairly old graphic, and has anybody seen this graphic before? It's probably from 2009, 2010, so it's a little bit historic. Okay. Yeah. But there was an idea to help fix up Imgen Park, the Imgen interchange, and provide a new interchange in between Del Monte, as shown here. And through this, we would have closed the off ramps. I'm going to go the southbound off ramp to Imgen and the northbound on ramp to Imgen, and then the new interchange would be a full interchange, and we would remove Del Monte, and that would have helped establish that connection from the downtown to the South Marina, and also then provide additional capacity. In the meantime, things have now a little bit changed. This was way before we knew about the Sangalia and habitat and all that. So I think from a transportation perspective, a great idea. Patton Parkway was in, the 2nd Avenue Del Monte connection was in, and this interchange would have provided some additional capacity needed. Next slide. So we reached out to Caltrans a little bit because this interchange is going to be a new feature on Highway 1. And, right now, Coastal Commission and with VMT impacts, Coastal Commission and even the local agencies are just not approving them easily. We actually find that if you need to mitigate VMT, you need to pay for it. And the cost of your VMT mitigation is usually as much as your project itself. So very difficult to build roads, widen roads that cause VMT impacts. Caltrans standards is about a 1 mile spacing between interchanges in urban conditions. And on this map, you can see from Lightfather to Imgen, we have about 1.6 miles. From Imgen to Del Monte, we only have about 0.4 miles. And then from Del Monte to Reservation, about another mile. Now, I think the 0.4 miles is obviously substandard, and it may just be that was grandfathered in. Del Monte was the old Highway 1. And of course, we only have the southbound on and off ramps on Del Monte, and it's really free flow and lots of auxiliary lanes. So, maybe when Caltrans approved that, the consideration of 1 mile spacing was not adhered to, but they needed to provide the access. Now, I need you to keep thinking about the 1 mile spacing because the FHWA currently approves new interchanges, and if it's less than 1 mile, you have absolutely zero chance. I have not seen an interchange make it if it's less than 1 mile spacing. Next slide, please. So if we put the new interchange in between Imgen and Del Monte, basically to meet the Caltrans standards, we would have to then remove Imgen and Del Monte. Then you would have spacing, light fighter, new interchange reservation. But then you lose 2 interchanges and you add 1. So there's absolutely zero benefit from a capacity perspective. And it would cost quite a bit of money to demolish the 2 interchanges. Next slide, please. So that was the interchange. Is it like so? So I think what we're saying is the feasibility of that interchange alternative that's been floating around has really gone down a lot. And also, Aaron showed you that the interchange actually would encroach in the St. Galia area. We can probably flip it up and down, but I've seen Caltrans when they build interchanges, they don't just stay in the right of way, and it's a hillside terrain there. So your excavations and your retaining walls and your cuts and your fills is probably, to not get into the St. Galia or sensitive habitat areas is going to be extremely difficult. This slide shows, what Darren showed you, this one as well, shows the 2 alternatives for the trail. And then also the freeway connection. I included there in the bottom orange a quote from Caltrans District 5 that we got yesterday about feasibility and if it would work. And so the 3 things they say is, number 1, yes, spacing wouldn't work. Number 2, there would be a new freeway management plan established for that. So basically it's a new corridor plan that goes along Highway 1. There's one, and typically when you do something like this, you change the interchanges, they also require you to update the entire freeway plan. Then there's also the I can't read all of that. There was some spacing, ramps, closure. And then it's highly likely that District 5 local staff will not recommend it. It will also have to go to CTC. And then of course you need TAMSI's backing as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency to do this. And we know also TAMSI is also not really currently very keen on building new interchanges, again, because of the VMT impacts. So they say this will be an extremely long process, right? If we do want to go with it, but highly likely that will never happen. The next slide. So we took the trail, right, that runs along Highway 1. So here we move east-west. So south is on the left side, north's on the right side. And what we overlaid here was an orange. So when we did the feasibility, we said the trail runs inside city right away, so it would touch Caltrans right away, but then it would get very close or touch the St. Galia as well. We have a 20-foot wide strip. Then, after talking more with Aaron said the conservancy agencies want a 20-foot gap between whatever you build and the sensitive habitat area. So that means we need to move the trail into the Caltrans right away, which are the sort of 2 orange blobs at the top that you see. And we would encroach somewhere between 10 and 15 feet. If you drive on the freeway there, you'll see it actually dips down. So from the freeway, there's a slope downhill towards the right-of-way line. So immediately the retaining walls. I also included some text here at the bottom from Caltrans again about this. The possibility if to move this trail into their right-of-way. They said they would prefer relinquishment of the property, which means that the city probably I don't think they need to purchase it, but there's going to be an agreement that takes place. It goes to CTC. It's also a very long process, but they're more keen on not having the trail in their right-of-way. I also showed at the bottom of this, so at the top has the aerial photo, the bottom shows a profile of what the terrain looks like, right? And you will see immediately there's grades of 7% and 4%, which is actually quite steep. Again, lots of grading required. So by the time you built the trail, it's probably not just going to be the 20 feet that you need, it's going to be a little wider. ADA could be challenging. We may need to do meandering. If it's infeasible to do ADA, then you can go with the grades, but it's not going to be the best trail because of the steepness of it. Next slide, please. I guess Aaron talked about the school alignment, which was deemed not feasible. We did need to stay within their right of way and needed an easement. They said no. Next slide, please. So the engineering constraints of the new interchange would be, it will be very cost prohibitive and a very long time process working with Caltrans. All of this is in the Coastal Commission zone. All I can say is good luck. Coastal zone is just, the Coastal Commission is just very, very hard getting anything done now for, anything that you're going to build, infrastructure. We know with MST, the bus, that was a great solution. There was also Coastal Commission issues. Tons of regulatory permits that you would require. District 5 may not support a new interchange on the local level, which is sort of a fundamental. Unless they supported, you cannot move forward to talk to any of the agencies above them or go to headquarters, CCC or FHWA. And then if you have any VMT impacts, so that mitigation cost is extremely high. We didn't look at any other options for the interchange, but this is sort of a constraints analysis, very high level of the interchange. Next slide, please. So for the trail itself, definitely the geography is challenging. The hillside that's there is not, it's probably the most hills in Marina that I know of, and the steepest ones. The ADA requirements, how to get past that. That protection for the sensitive habitat that you got to ensure. And Aaron talked about fencing already that's required. It'll probably be something like that. We potentially see a lot of retaining walls, which will push up the cost. Since it is such a challenging terrain and you have all these habitat issues that you got to deal with, it will be cost prohibitive. And then, of course, the Caltrans right-of-way requirements are there. We did have one other option in that alignment studies that we did, and that is actually to have this Class 1 trail adjacent to the 2nd Avenue extension. And that was how it was originally designed when the extension would have run from 2nd Avenue and connect directly to Del Monte. So that option is still available to us to do. So we can have that bicycle connection. It's not the ideal shortest connection from 2nd to connect to Del Monte, but it takes you to Patton Parkway. It takes you into the central area of Marina, and with Patton Parkway, you can still go down to Del Monte Boulevard. That's my presentation.
Mayor, if I just may add one thing while Frederick is up here. In the region, we went back to show that original picture of the interchange because the decisions that we make as we move forward with this ITP, all those pictures that Frederick showed, the interchange goes away permanently. So we've been talking for a long time about the interchange. And the issue was we wanted to open up Del Monte Boulevard. If you're coming down from the north, you cannot access our downtown. And so we're trying to improve the access to our downtown. We're trying to relieve some of the congestion off of Imgen. We're trying to provide a connection between Central Marina to Southern Marina. That's why we had like 8 different iterations. And that's why we came up with that one preferred plan. But that all goes away with this ITP, working with Fish and Wildlife. That is as Aaron and Frederick have said, that is really important protection area. And then as Frederick pointed out, that we're trying to do an alternate plan there. Again, those all go away. Cost impacts with Caltrans, with Coastal Commission, we just don't think they're feasible. But we want to make that very clear for the future that road connection as we planned will never happen again. The connection is what Frederick talked about is we'll bring it down Patton Parkway, weave it through Patton Parkway through the Cypress Knolls area, and then eventually connect it to 2nd Avenue. And that's the best that we can do.
Okay, let's go to public comment, starting with folks in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I might need to, at some point, ask for a second bit of time, but I'll see how I go. My name is Fred Watson. I'm speaking with two hats here. One is as a co-founder of the Fortag Trail and Greenway. The other is as a rare plant advocate and expert who has advised the city on Sand Gilia ecology and conservation. I emailed you some written comments on this item when it was previously agendized 3 weeks ago. In that email, I sought a reevaluation of the feasibility of the Fortag Trail segment connecting from 2nd Avenue to Del Monte Boulevard through the northwest parcel, generally adjacent to the fence. The packet stated that this alignment was considered infeasible from an accessibility standpoint, and I believe this is incorrect. I followed up with an email to staff that modified the consultant's calculations to show how an accessibly graded alignment is possible, with some cut and some fill, accounting for the lateral toe slopes that would be involved there. And the city manager graciously met me on site with the mayor yesterday to clarify our shared understanding of the local geography. My understanding coming into tonight was that we might have a shared view that an accessibly graded trail is physically possible without interfering with any known Sand Gilia locations and limiting the impact on sensitive habitat to just a few tens of square feet. Frederick just painted a different picture, I think with a very broad brush, quite dismissive of what can be accomplished if you really put your mind to a very detailed examination of the landscape, the habitat, and how you can construct these trails. We've got brilliant examples of this done by state parks at Asilomar and at Spanish Bay, where you can walk along these boardwalks right over the sensitive habitat that looks better than it ever did well before there were use trails there. You can do trails right above habitat. We're not proposing that. We're just trying to put the trail right next to the habitat. But you can do it in a way where the habitat is pristine and the trail is accessible, and they benefit each other. You can see the habitat from the trail, embrace it, become stewards of it as community members. And because of that, the habitat benefits because we have a city full of stewards who appreciate the habitat and not hold some kind of disdain for it as a thing that gets fenced off, blocking their way to access the city. I'll just slip my computer.
All right, Fred,
Now-
just one moment, please, Fred. So council, our standard is 3 minutes. Fred has done an inordinate amount of work on this project over the years. Is there any objection to giving him another 3 minutes?
Just in all fairness, if you do that, you'd have to give that to every other member of the public.
Okay. All right, council. I don't detect a large interest in commenting on this because it is so complicated, but please proceed, Fred, for another 3 minutes.
So if we can, thank you very much. If we can agree that it's physically possible, and keep in mind, I just finished designing an underpass under a highway in Delray Oaks next to a very sensitive wetland, assuring the public at the outset that the existing loop trail around Frock Pond would not be touched in any way by the construction. And we got it funded for $11 million and we built it. So I had a little bit of experience in a vision for what can be done and realizing that vision. So if we can put that behind us and say, yeah, we can do this, the question then becomes to an administrative one. Can we modify the ITP plan without disrupting all the necessary timelines of existing funded projects? I don't know the answer. That's a question. I really hope we can make this allowance, especially if we remove the allowance for the freeway interchange, which is a pretty substantial allowance. If we can't do that, can we at least write down now in writing and in maps that we anticipate wanting to do that as a future modification to the ITP, so that when current electeds and staff are gone, it won't be a surprise that we always wanted to do that. What's at stake here is our only chance to have a direct active transportation connection between 2nd Avenue and Del Monte Boulevard. Cars can use the existing freeway, bikes and pedestrians can't. This alignment is the good option for bikes and pedestrians. That's the end of that part of my comment. Then I've got two brief other ones. With regards to the Salinas River Habitat Management Area, can 4TAG representatives such as myself be involved in the discussions, because it's a very tricky spot fitting in the city's need for a road around the airport, for the existing agreed alignment of 4TAG and the requirement that Erin just outlined that we use existing trails. So I would just appreciate some involvement in the details on that. And then second, what happens to the bit of the Gilia patch that the Dudwell project did not impact? There's a polygon there. The hotel went through half of it. The other half is still there. Is there some plan to look after it, or is it being abandoned? It's now been kind of reduced in size, and there's a hotel overshadowing it. I would just like to think somehow we've accounted for the fact that it may be anticipated to continue to exist, or we may have abandoned it. I'm not really sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Anyone else in the building that wants to comment on this? Let's go online, and you each have up to 6 minutes. Let's start with Denise Turley.
Hi, I can make
Good evening.
mine fairly quick. So my concern is that if the Dodwell is connected with the city and gets to manage a plan or make a plan, or the city's going to help them, I'm hoping that the resources city are there, because many of our people working for the city are newer people, and they didn't live the nightmare that was the building of the first hotel. I will stop at that for that item. I will also say that happy 30 years ago when we started all of this, and please let's keep it moving. Hello to Fred. Hello to Erin. And let's keep our chins up and keep going on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. First, thank you very much for having given Dr. Fred Watson additional time to speak. I will not need that additional time myself. I served on the Planning Commission in the general plan update of 2000. And at that time, the Planning Commission was super excited about a 2nd Avenue extension connecting South Marina. And I remember staying up in one of your very late night meetings. I believe I may have been the only person in the Zoom audience when Fred, it was really probably my first real in-depth hearing Fred speak about San Gilia, informed the council of this beautiful, large, undisturbed area in Cypress Knolls in the area of the 2nd Avenue extension. And I remember being quite shocked. I remember feeling shocked that we had not been informed of that back in 2000. And I believe that most of the city council members were quite surprised to learn about this. As I've become better educated about how critical native habitats are, especially as I've become quite involved in the desire to see the Lockpadden Park wetlands restoration become a priority down at Lockpadden Park, I now understand and appreciate how critical some of this endangered native habitat is. And I am willing, being a very long-term resident of Marina and having worked on that 2000 general plan, update. I'm willing to accept the fact that we will not have a Second Avenue Road extension, but I very much look forward to what Dr. Watson spoke about, and that is a access for pedestrians and bicyclists, similar to what the Sillamar State Beach has in this fantastic boardwalk development. And I actually see that that could be a tremendous draw for visitors and tourists coming to our side of the peninsula. So I hope that you will do everything you can to protect this critical habitat, not just of the Sangillia, but of this dwarf coastal prairie. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong phrase to describe it, but I hope that we'll do everything to not only protect this land, but to somehow incorporate it into promoting our city and the stewardship that Dr. Watson spoke about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. Let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I would like to speak in support of what Dr. Watson was saying about the A-Trail alternatives, to be thinking more out of the box on how that can be done. I went down and took a look at it too, and it is a challenging grade. However, I think with some of the things that Dr. Watson is talking about, I think it can be accomplished if we just think a little bit more about how we can incorporate that Sangillia area, the protection area, along with providing public access trails for biking and hiking and walking. And similar to what Ms. Santillo was saying, I think, you know, the more you learn about things like Sangillia, it's a very interesting species, a very a kind of species where, you know, if it isn't growing there, it probably won't. And that's one of the things we've learned, is almost all of the mitigation areas for Sangillia have failed. And there's a lot of complexities in the way the plant grows, the conditions it wants, sunshine, and the sand composition and everything that make it challenging to mitigate. And so anything that the council can do to preserve and protect the existing Gillia populations that we have is something that I strongly encourage them to do, and not rely on mitigation, because it simply does not work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Let's go to Mike Moeller. Welcome, Mike.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. You know, I thought we were a walkable, bikeable, visionary town, and to hear the solemn squash of any trail by, you know, Kimberly Horn is pretty disappointing. But to hear Dr. Watson, who has proven he's the utmost expert, I think, that we know on Sangillia and the master of planning trails, if Dr. Watson says he thinks it can happen, I certainly would not dismiss him one bit. So I do hope that you seriously consider his recommendation and look closer at it, because you know, my concern is we do have, you know, this trail being redone here on the west side, but that forces any bicyclists or pedestrians to cross over to the west side to get to the dunes area, and then cross over again, which would take you down to 8th Avenue, which is, you know, could be quite a trek for people. So I think it would be a real missed opportunity to omit any sort of trail, even one that's narrowed along Highway 1 there on the east side. You know, I'm sorry that we don't get the you know, the long planned and anticipated 2nd Avenue connection, but habitat is habitat, and that is important. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Before we close public comment, we'll give you a moment. Okay, let's close public comment. And I'm going to start with a question that was posed by Dr. Fred Watson, kind of an easy one, maybe. What happens to the rest of the Dodwall Gilead parcel that wasn't destroyed by the hotel construction?
Hello, I can take a stab at that. That could be part of the remedy of his ITP violation, that it gets preserved or enhanced in some way in perpetuity and protected.
Would that at all reduce the 0.36 habitat that's needed?
I don't know at this time.
Okay. Looking at other questions that people asked, council, if you note any that I didn't write down, please let me know at this time. Okay, now let's just go to our comments and questions, starting with Councilman McAdams. If you want to weigh in now or later, just let us know so we don't forget that you're with us.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have any comments. I mean, I just, this has been a long process and comes back and keeps coming back. And I, am just eager and to wrap this up and move this forward as staff recommended.
All right, thank you. And we'll check in with you before too long. Okay, I'll start with the trail that we've spent a lot of time talking about. There's several issues here, but that trail issue. So you have Highway 1, and then east of Highway 1, you have Caltrans right-of-way continuing to a chain link fence. And on the other side of that fence, you have a long line of very mature cypress trees and about 30 feet of ice plant underneath those cypress trees. So freeway, right-of-way, that's nothing to do with us, then a chain link fence, and then us. And the first 30 feet of us is cypress trees and ice plant. On the east side of that ice plant, you have a well-defined 10 to 12 foot dirt road that's been used by vehicles and people for decades. It is that dirt road primarily that's being recommended by Fred Watson as a trail. It's already there. But if you moved it a little bit toward the freeway, you'd be under the cypress and into the ice plant, which nobody would say had any value to San Gilia. So this trail alignment being discussed has zero impact on occupied Gilia, where there's actually been plants documented. And it has a smidgen, if any, well, it has a smidgen. It does have some impact to low quality Gilia habitat because there are certain manzanitas, a mustard wallflower, and other things that indicate that Gilia could grow there. And so it's considered kind of low to medium quality habitat. There's army impact, there's gravel, there's areas that have been flattened. And as Jeff Markham, I think, was referring to, once you change the composition of the soil surface, you're not going to get Gilia to grow there unless you put a whole lot of money into trying to reconvert it back to something natural, which is very difficult because we don't fully understand what it is soil texture wise that lets Gilia hang on where it's hanging on, but it's hanging on to soil areas that are different than developed soil areas. So then we come to the grade. There are other Fortag trails that have been made accessible and planned and somewhat constructed, depending on which segment you're talking about, that are just as steep as this. And the areas that are steep are so short in the linear feet that, as Fred said, a little 5-foot cut at the top of one hill, and you place that as fill somewhere else to modify the grade somewhere else, there's a fairly minimal amount of earth movement needed to get this within grade, understanding that you have toe slopes going both directions or maybe one direction where you need something like a 3-to-1 slope, and that would be impacted as well. Just getting to the final point, and I'll come back with other comments, that when Fred said, if you get people on the ground and look at this with any sort of desire for creativity, you wouldn't throw it in the trash can as being totally infeasible. And I'm wondering, were you able to, Belinda, to put the photo up? So to show you the, today or yesterday, this is what it looks like, one at a time, and then, in sequence, they show pretty much the same thing. So we have a slide up on there with a former road that's turned into a trail going through the middle of the photo. And to the right, you're moving toward the freeway. You have about 20 to 30 feet of ice plant with cypress trees and a chain link fence, that chain link fence then begins this Caltrans right away. But on our side of the chain link fence, nobody would call that is zero value Gilia habitat. And that could be the predominant place where this trail goes. Then you have the trail. Nobody would say that trail is very, very good habitat for Gilia. But if you look to the left of the trail, you start getting some native plants mixed in with the ice plant, and some of those native plants, such as manzanitas, indicate that there is some value there to Gilia, even though it's never been mapped to be there. It has some value as potential habitat. And when you look up the middle of that, that's the grade we're talking about. That doesn't really look like a super steep grade, but it is somewhere between 8 and 12%, something like that. And so at the very top of that, you would have to cut about 5 feet down. And then with that material, you have to put it somewhere else. And you'd put it somewhere where it would be useful to fill, to moderate the grade somewhere else along this gradient or this alignment. But it's not a no-brainer, but it's also not so complicated that you couldn't put a trail here with extremely low impact to Gilia when we're talking about putting large roads elsewhere. And here we're talking about a road and some ice plant under some cypress where there's already a walking trail that gets a lot of use by bikes and pedestrians over the last few decades. So one question I have for you, Aaron, then I'll stop talking for the moment. If this was turned into a conservation area, no trail, what happens to all that ice plant and cypress habitat? Is that considered conservation area? Does that get credit as being a conservation area of value for Gilia?
We don't know at this time because we haven't developed the long term management plan for this conservation area.
Okay, so if the resource management plan is written as it needs to be, might the city be required to remove the ice plant and some of the trees so that it can be Gilia habitat? Or could this be conservation area and leave it as is?
There's two processes. The resource management plan, we wouldn't propose removal of the ice plant or cypress trees at this stage as part of the habitat management activities that occur under that plan. The goals and objectives of the HMP are to maintain habitat values as is. So it's not actually saying you need to go restore everything for Gilia. So, but separate is the ITP. It might come down to play that certain areas are needed for restoration to lift any mitigation to give us extra mitigation credits. I did want to add one thing that Edri mentioned is that this is also the PG&E access road for their easement for the overhead lines or something like that. Okay.
So it'll forever be used potentially by trucks.
Right.
And we're talking about using it for foot and bikes. Okay.
Right. And that would be allowed under the conservation easement.
Okay.
But a trail wouldn't.
Okay, so this could be considered a conservation area. And because it's a conservation area, it would prohibit the use of a trail going through here.
Correct.
And it could remain with this ice plant and cypress trees. But because it's a conservation area, we couldn't put a trail in. But we might be leaving the ice plant and the cypress trees.
Potentially.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to anyone else that would like to speak on City Council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little deer in the headlights, but I do have a couple of things I want to say. And I feel as sensitive as topic is pretty sensitive, no pun intended. But I think I want to say a couple of things that I wouldn't normally say, and that is, one, I think if many of the people that I represent understood the massive amount of public resources that are going into this kind of compliance and protection of these species, there would be a lot of questions about priorities and trade-offs that we don't hear tonight. And I think it's because people don't understand. It's very complicated, right? It's very confusing. And not necessarily opposition, but a broader desire kind of for transparency and an understanding of what we're spending and why. And what the protection of the species means for amenities, for land use, for development, and kind of those trade-offs that are occurring. And quite frankly, I think a lot of people I represent could care less about Sanguilia. It's it's a species that most couldn't identify if they had to. They don't see or interact with it on a normal basis, and not everybody is opposed to extinction of species, right? I mean, I think of COVID-19. If I could get rid of that tomorrow, I probably would. I think of the dinosaurs. Thank God they're not still alive, because guess what? We wouldn't look like we look like today if they were. I say that to say this is a super nuanced issue, and it's easy to kind of get lost in some of the details of the trade-offs that we're likely going to give direction for tonight. And yet I recognize that we have a legal obligation to protect these species, and I appreciate that, and that's what I'm here to do. I think that the law is very clear that is our mission, and I think we should look through this with that lens, right? What can we do to help follow the law, which is protect the species? I think I'm going to leave it at that for now, but I just want to make that recognition that for me, the people that I represent, if they understood that what we're doing tonight is actually going to prevent them from having the road that they need to get to the services that they want to get to, that prevents them from having the trail that, they want to ride on with their kids, like, they probably have a different view from the views that you've heard tonight. I want to continue to hear more. My understanding is we're not making any firm decisions tonight either way, right? We're giving general direction.
We're kind of close to where we kind of want that. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I think that's a really good point. And it's disappointing to hear public comments sounding like we're trail haters or something. We have been on the receiving end of emails and meetings with CDFW who don't see this trail as being permittable. They don't see how it can be fully mitigated, even as it is. And so the city needs to decide, hopefully tonight, whether this trail is a priority. And yeah, you can design a trail, you can build a trail, but you need to get the permits for it and you need to have the funding for it. So how does the city want to move that forward? Do you want to authorize an engineer to do 30% plans and a new topo survey? Because that's what we heard from Kimley Horn needs to be done to look at how we can thread the needle through this area. And if the council wants to prioritize that, we will obviously do it. And just know that you're putting resources in where we've heard a really strong no from the agencies.
One more question before I move on, and that is, I suspect my colleagues are going to talk more about the trail, and so I want to hear what they have to say. But the mitigation for the Dodwell property. At the last meeting, I had asked I think the words that I used were a sense of what that land would use, and I'll just say I disagree with the statement that it doesn't have an impact to the city. I think that, and I said this at the last meeting, and I'll repeat it this time, that's land that we could use for other mitigation, right? What happens when the existing Gilead populations that exist are somehow destroyed, right? Is that additional mitigation that we might have to account for?
No, to clarify, we're already conserving the land that Dodwell wants to, that Dodwell could use for mitigation. What CDFW is suggesting might be a good remedy is to actually plant Gilead there, which wouldn't be required under your permit, but would be required to remedy his, and he would provide that funding to do that work to the city.
But it's not impossible or implausible that some other entity might, and I'm sorry, I'm not using the right words, take Gilead and requiring additional mitigation, that if we use all of ours up for, let's say, Dodwell and others, we would no longer have any that we could offer to someone else. Is that a correct understanding, or?
I think so. I think what my brain, because I'm in my head and in this process so much, the conservation strategy we have in front of us is about the balance we're going to get. There's not other land out there that we see available, and we've identified the priorities. And so right now. If someone else has a project somewhere and they need to find Gilead land, they could potentially do an agreement with the city, but more than likely they'll have to find their own land, which is very difficult to do.
I think this is a very unique situation where, and the CDFW is sort of in agreement with the approach that has been offered here, where it's land that is already being conserved and mitigated, right? And it's just being designated as part of the land that will be mitigated for the notice of violation, for Dodwell's notice of violation. And there's an extra step, which again, whatever the cost will be for that approach in terms of documentation and the extra effort, we will enter into an agreement with Mr. Dodwell to pay for that.
And I want to talk a little more about those agreements, but I don't know, Mayor, if you want to come back to me or if you want me to dive into those now.
Once we have those numbers, we can discuss, you know, what that will be.
But
we don't know
nothing
what
that we do tonight is directing staff, regardless of what we say, to either move down that path of an agreement or not, or is it?
No, it's just to submit this conservation strategy or mitigation strategy as part of the permit application,
We
which
could just as
includes
easily choose in the future
to
not
take
to
it out.
engage in an
Oh
agreement.
yeah, totally, completely.
Yeah, all that we're trying to convey is from Fish and Wildlife's point of view, whether or not we included the Dadwalls area in our mitigation area has zero impact. So, doesn't increase the value, or the actual acreage doesn't decrease it. They said it doesn't have any impact other than the actual mitigation for the actual Gilead.
Right.
But
We have to officially submit something so they can provide feedback and tell us what they want us to do with that remedy for the violation. And then we can move that forward, talk to Dodwell, talked about agreements, and we'll bring that, it's in the staff report, bring it back to you for review and input and approval.
But I heard a question that you brought up. What about if someone else, is he taking up someone else's mitigation? So once we don't have anyone else right now that is looking to build in this area, but let's say once we have a conservation easement in place, if somebody comes down the road 5 years and say, hey, I got a little patch of Gilead, can I mitigate that within our existing conservation easement area? Is that feasible, or once that's locked up?
Potentially, once the conservation easement is recorded, it's got its associated long-term management plan that goes along with it. It talks about all the management that happens in funding and perpetuity. Those can be revised fairly easily to incorporate some additional activities, but the conservation easement itself can't really be changed, but the attachments can, which is part of the strategy.
So Aaron, are you saying that you hope tonight we leave here saying area X and area Y and area Q will be preserved, and that includes the potential Dodwell piece, whether we ever have an agreement with Dodwell or not? But if in the future we want to make an agreement with Dodwell or anybody else in perpetuity, we might be able to do some enhancement activities inside these set-aside areas. And right now, Dodwell is on the table as maybe doing some enhancement to an area that we're about to set aside tonight. And if he never does an enhancement to that area is still a part of the set-aside.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit D? It shows the equestrian center. But I think I'm colorblind. Looks like a red kind of square area above it. And it looks like blue area to the east.
It's in the slideshow too. I don't know which is easier.
And I'll start out talking about it. It looks to me like the northern part of the equestrian center, which has no horse use and never has, it's a pretty big area. And it's being identified here for potential development. Is that right, Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And it looks like it's about 2 acres. I don't know how big it is, but it's pretty big. Maybe bigger than 2 acres, maybe 5 acres. But we don't have any plans for that. We don't want to build a Taco Bell. We don't want apartments or anything like that.
It has to be a park.
It has to be a park. Why is it
Or it has
red?
to be, because the equestrian center wanted to expand activities like jumping and things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If
Horse
that
activity.
was, and that's part of NPS property. And so that
Okay.
was based on direction from council that future area uses of that could be future ropes courses, future.
And most specifically open for public
Yeah.
access,
So that was based on direction from council.
public
that
use.
That's all the NPS area that we wanted to be sure that we had the ability to use that.
Okay, can you go to a map that shows the areas we want to develop? Maybe it's exhibit B. Maybe
C.
it's
C,
exhibit C.
Yes,
Maybe it looks
please.
like exhibit C.
the slide before.
Right there. I think that's it.
Yeah. Yes.
So to the northeast, the upper right is kind of a square area. That's the airport. And all of that is potential development here. And a lot of Gilead will be taken there.
Correct.
And so that Gilead that's taken has to be compensated for somewhere else.
The blue areas.
The blue areas. And so the area now we're moving over to the coast, the northwest parcel, it has some red area at the southwest corner, a big block of red area. And that, I think we're saying would be for development tonight.
Correct.
Correct. And that would require some mitigation too, because it has some Gilead habitat. No Gilead looks like.
It does. The red blob is.
Oh, the red blob is. So it's got some occupied Gilead and it's got some potential Gilead habitat. And so if that were developed, that would have to be mitigated for, right?
Correct.
Now, if that were reduced in size, there would be less mitigation needed for developing it.
Potentially.
Okay, so potentially, if we put a trail in along the cypress trees ice plant, and it had some kind of Gilead compensation requirement, that might equal or be less than the savings if we reduce this red block that I just mentioned on the southeast corner of the northwest HMA, right?
Potentially. I do want to reiterate CDFW staff and the director, Craig Bailey, have said in email they don't see how putting a trail in or anything northwest could be fully mitigated.
Right.
Under CISA.
Right. But if in a site visit we saw that red area has really good habitat value, and that the part where we want to put the trail under the trees and the ice plant has almost zero habitat area, that maybe 1-for-1 or some kind of negotiation, we could put the trail in, reduce the size of that red area, and sort of mitigate for the impacts the trail would make by lowering the impacts we're going to make in this more valuable piece of land.
Potentially.
But CDF, the State Fish and Wildlife Service haven't been out on the site, maybe.
They have.
They have.
Yes.
And they know exactly where the trail is going to go. They've seen the ice plant, and they don't want the trail to go where the ice plant is because it would have too much impact on Gilead.
That is their opinion at this time.
Yes, that they've physically walked the site, walk that trail. They're
Okay.
very familiar with it.
All right. And one thing you mentioned earlier is that it's not just putting in the trail impacting Gilead, but it's off-site use that's going to come off that trail and potentially harm Gilead and harm habitat. So now when you move over in that map to the Cypress Knolls area, where in between a housing development, you have these two polygons that Fred said are really important to maintain, and I think everyone kind of agrees. What about the off-site impact into those areas by plopping them in the middle of a huge residential area?
We haven't addressed that yet because we haven't submitted our application and addressed what CWW would want to do to protect those in perpetuity.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I remember through the 20 years of habitat conservation planning, there was always a big deal made about you can't burn it. You can't stop cats and dogs necessarily. You can't stop kids from putting in motocross, stuff like that. It's in the middle of an urban development. So I really understand when you say, and Fish and Wildlife says, there's off-site impact potential on the trail. But then I look at that and I think, oh my gosh, that's a lot more potential impact because people are living there 24/7 and recreating when they walk out their doors. Whereas this trail, it's kind of in a remote location. And as Fred said, and I think Grace said, there are examples elsewhere where there's plenty of protection off site from well-used routes, as this has been for a long time and would be if we kept it. So I guess the final conclusion is there a way we can go ahead tonight, largely with what staff is recommending, as far as getting an incidental take permit, an ITP, for the whole of all these areas, but leave enough room to have a separate ITP in the future, evaluate this trail we're talking about, for which we have no funding and don't know when it's going to happen, but we just want to leave it on the books as a potential. Just like we still have on this map, a large road going from the highway to the Del Monte extension, which is never going to happen, but it's here. So I guess it could happen if, everything, the stars lined up. But can we do both? Can we get an ITP moving ahead, progressing tonight on everything, but somehow modify this so that a future ITP could consider this trail? And I know that would require CDFW, opining and visiting this area one more time with us, because it just doesn't make any sense that they're considering ice plant habitat and that taking away better habitat just to the south so that is not impacted, that has higher value, they wouldn't somehow balance each other.
I hear you. I've been frustrated with other projects with the definition of impact with CDFW. I think a good example is the Four-Tag California segment. They did not, TAMC, the Four-Tag Trail doesn't impact any occupied Gilead, doesn't directly impact, they're mitigating for habitat. And they see areas as habitat and potential seed bank. I hear your request, and I actually talked to CDFW about that. And the only way I can see how to do that, and it's just only because my brain's just starting to get there, is that we would need some sort of design level to be able to understand. We can't just put a 20-foot buffer along the fence. That won't give you the engineering or future need that you want. And then we miss out on having that as our mitigation area. So we'd have to actually figure out how to put a footprint for a trail in there that's going to work in the future that would benefit both parties. Because we're gonna lose, we can't have that as part of the conservation easement. It's not gonna get amended to put a trail through there. So we've got to figure out how to do like what we did with that red overpass, which sounds like I thought we were gonna take out. But Lane, any?
So, because I'm hearing two things, and we pushed CDFW really tried to understand that trail, and they really pushed back hard, and they said the impacts are too significant. But if the interest of the council is you really want us to go and try to look at there's a path forward for that trail along there, then we would have to bring in Kimberly Horn, as Aaron is talking about, so we can really understand the engineering, because it's more than just cutting off 5 feet from the top. We have ADA responsibilities. We have a lot of things that they'd have to look at for the whole path, and see what the impact of that would be, and then go back to Fish and Wildlife, would let them know that we're trying to look at carving that out and just get a sense from them what that would do, because we would not be able to move forward with the other application right now. There's not a way that, I think you'd said, can we just put a kind of hold for a second ITP? We can't. Either we have to go back and analyze that trail footprint, and then work with Fish and Wildlife and see what those impacts would be. If you want, we can, I don't know, I'm trying to think of Aaron.
We've talked with them so much. I just don't know how.
Okay,
to move
let's go
past.
to Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth, and then we'll come back. to
Thank
Leanne.
you all. I think we should send Fish and Wildlife with Dr. Fred Watson to that location, because I agree and I am so sorry that this might be held up, because I know people will not be happy if it gets held up even more. But I agree that a trail is so important, because yes, to get from South Marina to Central Marina or the other way, you have to cross Highway 1 twice, or you have to take California Avenue with soon, hopefully, the Vortex Trail. But still, a direct path will make the connection so much better. It will save vehicle miles traveled which we cannot even imagine now how many there will be with people with e-bikes now, which makes grades less important than it was. But of course, there's always people who don't have the motor. But so although I know that people will not like it, I would rather pause and spend some more time, some more money on researching if it's really not possible to get a trail there. So to see if we can have a path or a trail to move forward with that. And also a trail or a bike path, whatever we want to call it, a multi-use, it doesn't have to have the same width over the whole length. It can be wherever it needs to be narrow, can be narrow. And then yes. And fences, we don't know, we're not sure yet what the fences will look like. This will be so important. Will be ugly fences maybe, or hopefully a little bit more beautiful. And I agree with the remarks about those St. Gidia patches in Cypress Knolls when we had that charrette 2 years ago or so. Time does fly when we're having fun. We spoke, or I said, if there's an HOA there, you need to have probably fences around it and explanations like, no, this is barren 10 months out of the 12 months or longer. And no, don't plant anything else there because we have a beautiful flower there. You cannot see it now, but come back in March and it is beautiful. I used to laugh about it, sorry. But now that I've seen it, it's really a very pretty flower. You need magnifying glasses, but it is pretty. And it's so special. Anyway. So this doesn't really help, eh? I'm only saying.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I just might make a suggestion. Mayor already started. Do you want to put some development areas on the chopping block, reducing the airport boundary, getting rid of the equestrian area? Where might you want to find additional mitigation land and prioritize? Because that's what's going to happen. I mean, we've got to, we gotta have something to offer.
For me, the equestrian center, that red area, that's not a given yet that will be developed. I like it the way it is with the amateur radio.
And I'm not positive that the NPS.
I don't think we can put a conservation easement over it anyway. So never mind that
That
one.
won't help. Okay.
The low hanging fruit looked good.
That's the little triangle there. Is that the MST owned site?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So that's still an option to buy and use for mitigation?
Yeah, we've not explored that, buying that from MST.
I don't think that was very expensive when they did their surplus research. So that might be totally worth it, putting money in that if it can help getting a trail from north to south Marina. So.
Okay, let's ask Brian that question and give him a chance to say the other things he was thinking of saying.
Thank you.
I don't know what question you're asking me, but
If there's areas you'd like to take out of development to help compensate for this trail connection or not.
yeah, I don't know if I have an opinion on that. I do have a couple questions just for clarity. You mentioned council member Vincent mentioned vehicle miles traveled, but that's not, there's no, I think she was using that to articulate, but that's not really the thing.
No.
Right? Like there's no vehicles on this path, right?
No, I just wanted to say if there's a good connection, that people will be using their bikes or their legs, walking or biking, and that will save
In a more direct way.
It will help us to use the cars less. So, yeah.
I guess I'm a little confused. So there's this population near the highway that I think everybody agrees is significant. And CDFW, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but I think the consultant and staff is saying that it should be protected, but the proponent of the trail, Dr. Watson, is saying that it's not as significant. Help me understand that.
Trail proposed doesn't cross occupied Gilead. It crosses primarily poor value to zero value Gilead that may not be shared by Fish and Wildlife Service. But when you've got the cypress and the ice plant, you don't have Gilead value. It'll never grow there.
Okay, thank you. So there's just currently there's a CDFW and proponents of the trail are just at odds at the value of having that trail there is what I'm hearing. And do you think, and it's okay if you don't have an opinion, but giving more time will change their mind? I mean, I think you've already said, but maybe you can say it in a different way.
I don't know if it can be designed in a way that it can be fully mitigated. And you'd have to go through that process and bring it to them and do the evaluation.
Because one of the things I'm struggling with, right, is that the city deserves some predictability in what's going to happen here. We've talked about this for a long time. And in the stock market, right, there's this concept of predictability actually makes the market go up even when the news is bad, right? Like people just want to know like what's going on, right? And right now we don't have that, and it's frustrating for me as a land use fanatic, and I'm sure it's frustrating for staff and developers and everybody else. So I'm hoping that, you know, we can really start to make some progress here. I do want to go back to the Salinas River area for a little bit, just because it's an area that I'm super interested in. I think you mentioned that no new roads or trails can be created in those areas.
Correct.
And there's no roads there currently. So basically no roads can be created, right? I mean, there's roads just outside of that area, I think, or maybe I don't understand it.
Right. I haven't been out there in a while.
Okay.
But
and trails
are there.
Okay. But not heavily used. So is it?
You can do maintenance.
Okay. I thought I had some questions there, and they've just escaped me. They might come back to me. Yeah, I guess that's it for me for now. But I'd really like to see us move forward with a little bit of direction.
Okay, and we're going to go to our city manager in a moment. The question that Aaron posed 5 minutes ago was, what could be on the chopping block to allow for some take along this proposed trail? And I would say that southwest corner of the Northwest Habitat Management Area is definitely something that could be reduced for development so that there wouldn't be as much development allowed. It's a beautiful piece of maritime chaparral. And then when you go to the northeastern area of Cypress Knolls along Patton Parkway, where there's a bunch of red blobs north of the existing, blighted duplexes, that is some beautiful maritime chaparral, and it's got quite a bit of Gilead, it looks like. And so if we weren't going to develop that, and we were going to develop this trail through the ice plant, it seems like there's got to be some kind of give and take there.
Potentially. I do know that the agencies were interested in the far eastern edge of the airport where you see the large, if you imagine taking that little chunk out, I can't I've got a pointer.
Yeah.
This guy putting that in conservation.
Right. So these three areas, the one that you just mentioned at the airport, the one that I mentioned at Cypress Knolls, that have apparently really good habitat value because the Gilead is growing in fairly large blotches. And then that third southeastern or southwestern portion of the Northwest HMA, those three areas combined have so much more value to Gilead. It seems pretty obvious. And then one thing that CDFW probably doesn't care about, but Brian's constituents and everyone's constituents do, we hear so often that a connection between Central Marina and South Marina is really important. And Fred impressed upon me in our field visit earlier this week that if you call this Northwest area a conservation easement, we forever forego the potential for a connection between these two areas of our city for pedestrians and bicycles that is convenient. And that is a large loss in perpetuity for this whole thing to become a conservation easement, especially when you look at the ice plant that we're talking about being part of that conservation easement. So, anyone on city council that agrees how important it is to have a connection between Central and South America, that's not what I meant to say. Going circuitously in a car to the east and coming back, it might work in a car, but more people are still going to want to do the 13 seconds straight from Rain Dollar along Del Monte Boulevard to the Imgen Parkway Bridge. That's a 13-second ride. I think people in cars are going to want to do that still, not the new proposed Del Monte extension alternative alignment, but the people on foot and on bicycle, if you told them that you want to get from the Shell gas station on Del Monte Boulevard to 2nd Avenue, and the way to do it is to go up Patton Parkway and curve around, they're going to think you're nuts. And right now it's kind of nutty because you got to go all the way down to 8th Street and come all the way back north if you want to go to Target. That's just blowing away the desires for people to get on a car, get on a bike or foot to get to, between these two areas. And I think when Cypress Knolls develops, there's going to be some cut throughs that allow people in cars to go from north to south Marina, and you don't necessarily need this new alignment. But this new alignment, I would suppose, is going to have a lot of impact on Gilead. If you're telling me, if we're being told that ice plant corridor has impact to Gilead, think what this other corridor has when you're building the construction of a large new road. So it just seems like there's got to be some take and give here, and it doesn't make good logic that Fish and Wildlife Service is so unwilling to consider trade-offs here, better habitat for worser habitat, that this trail provides the worser habitat. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
But I can always ask
Oh,
more
let's go.
questions.
I'm sorry, Lane, did you have input?
Because I want to
Yes.
explain.
Brian, he's talking about the Salinas Habitat Management Area. I just want a clarification. And Fred took us years ago on a little path trail down there. And so when we put that in a habitat management area, if an existing trail goes through there, are we still able to use that existing trail? And I think that's an important thing. And I think the council, I think that Brian had brought it up, that have an interest in going down there, and I'd put out to Fred, if he's willing to lead us on a tour down there, I think that would be really helpful for all of us to do a tour on that walking path. And you really do get a totally different feel of that area, especially as it goes down to the Salinas River. All along Salinas River is privately owned. You can't, at least down in this whole area, you can't access it. This is a only really public access point. And so I just, as you brought that up, I think that's an important thing to clarify, that we can keep that path. And if so, we'll coordinate a walking tour down through there.
Yeah, I think you and Brian are totally on the right track, because downstream from King City, I think this is the only place, and what's that, 50 miles? It's the only place where there's public access on the Salinas River. And so I think if we said two things, this connection between north and south for peds and bikes is really important, and having access to the Salinas River is really important. That's like our vision, right? And then we work toward making that happen. I think that's more important than the Del Monte extension alternative alignment. Who do you know that's urging us to have a circuitous way to drive from Rain Dollar or Patton Parkway to 2nd Avenue because they're unhappy with the on-ramp to the Imjin Bridge, the on-ramp and the off-ramp, which take a matter of seconds? I think that's why we don't hear very much about wanting to drive an alternative route. And if you think about the impact of that alignment to Gilead habitat compared to an ice plant dominated corridor, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's go back to Brian.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering, what's the path forward that we can kind of craft something that gives staff enough direction that will allow them to not have to come back to us, preferably? Like, can we say, okay, you've got a month or two to go meet with CDFW, and if they say no, don't come back to us because we're giving you a step 2, right? Like we're gonna stick with plan A or whatever.
Unfortunately, we do have to come back for an amendment.
Because we're not,
and a
No, he said
Kinley
they
Horn.
say no. They say no.
Oh,
right, because we're not approving anything tonight. So why would you have to come back to us to not approve something again?
we've already gone this route with the agencies, so we can try again.
Well, you haven't offered them Cypress Knolls Airport southwest of the Northwest.
Correct.
And said, does that more than compensate for this ice plant corridor?
This is true. And they won't be able to provide an opinion until they actually see the plans and can do an impact analysis. So we'd actually have to put this in the application and put a footprint and have the information there for them to evaluate. So again, as city council said, this is a unique situation where we've gone years without even submitting an application and a lot of work on the front end to get to a place where we have a balanced approach for a mitigation strategy. And now we're going backwards and we're going to need to do the work to get a definitive answer. And I think that the city really needs to understand those costs and time associated with that. I know that this trail is important. I hear that, and we're willing to do what we can. We've just heard the conversation. We've been in the meetings with CDFW, and it's we'll see what they say.
I'm not sure if the council wants us to do that. I'm not sure we'd want to come back and talk about what we've worked out with Fish and Wildlife. You've given some potential areas, and so if the direction is let's go back, talk one last time. What it would take if we put that trail would have to involve Frederick from the engineering aspect, even a sense of that, and then we come back and see, like, if there is a path forward. We'd talk about potential other areas, including ones that had ghillie habitat, and see. They were pretty strong. I think that's partly just based on Fred initially talked about the importance of that ghillie population in that northwest area, and that was really critical to them. And so I think that's part of that whole discussion. That trail that was really important. But we're certainly willing to go back and have that conversation one more time with them.
Why haven't the discussions between the Gilead scientists and CDFW already happened, or have they? Is it because Fred Watson didn't know that they were going to suggest not allowing that, or I don't understand what.
Well, I'm not. I think originally, and Fred knows more. I think Fred has done a lot of study on the historic areas and the ghillie populations. I know he's worked with them on providing that information. It's really not been until recently the suggestion of the trail through there. And so that, had we known that 2 years ago, even a year ago, we could have been having that discussion. That is something that has just come up here at the very end.
And I think that's partly because last November is when we were told, even though Fred warned us a couple years ago where we were going was a dead end, it was November that we were told, 2025, that we absolutely can't do the road connection we wanted. We have a new circuitous route to the east. So it's since November that this discussion could have happened. And I think that it first came to our agenda a few weeks ago, and that's where Fred provided extensive comments, because that's part of the process. What I wonder is council's opinion about ditching the circuitous Del Monte extension, or does this council think that that extension is really important? As we have here in Exhibit C on our monitors, the conceptual Del Monte extension or alternative alignment. We already know that the western oriented portion, we heard today from Frederick and I've heard from Lane, that ain't going to happen. That interchange is not going to happen. So you can kind of just take that out of your mind, and you're left with an S-shaped road connecting Patton Parkway to 2nd Avenue. So how important is that road in relation to everything else we're talking about tonight? Lane?
One little part of that, that road there is really for the development of the whole Cypress Knolls area. It's just one we just put a little segment out connecting to Patton Parkway. But so the rest of that segment, that is vital for the development of Cypress Knolls. It's following the existing road. We cannot develop Cypress Knolls without that.
The reason I ask is the first time I saw it was when we were in November. It just came up for the first time. So I didn't know it was so vital if we didn't even consider it until November.
We just hadn't really put the roadways through Cypress Knolls. But once we did that, we said, okay, here's the roadways. This is how that would go through Cypress Knolls.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have input?
Yes, thank you, because, and it's also offset from Crescent to, because otherwise it's concerning for that, because this is Marina. We have neighborhoods that do not have access. We have all these cul-de-sacs and then a wall. And only Crescent is the only street that does connect. So it could become quite a lot of traffic. Now that we know the overpass will not happen, it will not be as bad as if the overpass would be there. And by the way, of course, now that we know the overpass will not happen, staff will be busy seeing what needs to be done with Indian, because that traffic is backing up. So
Frederick is already working on that.
yeah, I'm not surprised. It's never ending. Eh? So I think I can just, yeah, I like to, I already said what I wanted to say. That's, I think it's so important, because what if we need to put a dollar amount on having a trail connecting, you know, it might be totally worth it having to buy some property or giving up some, what Aaron suggested. Do you want to give up a little bit of the airport there? There's a lot of red there.
Yeah.
And
If you were to ask the public, what's more important to you, a north-south trail, or that eastern portion of the airport, or that northeastern portion of Cypress Knolls along Patton Parkway, or that brushy area on the southwest corner of the Northwest Habitat Management Area?
Yeah.
It seems to me like you'd have a resounding consensus that the trail is much more important than any or all of those three areas, which they've never even thought about.
as the members of the public who gave comments, and thank you always for people who are still online with us, they were all asking, you know, protect or look at the path, the trail, protect the habitat, but also look at having at least a pathway for pedestrians and bicyclists.
Now, as I think Brian brings us up often, you know, folks like those who commented are very involved. And if you look at the other 22,000 residents, I think they would be mostly in agreement that they might not care about endangered species or extinction or anything like that, because they may not even know really what that stuff is, but they do care about a connection between the two parts of our city. And they probably don't care about that little piece of Cypress Knolls on the northwest, or that little piece of the eastern airport, or the other third piece, as much as they care about connecting the two halves of our city. I just think that in this case, Jeff and Grace and Mike and whoever else spoke to this, and probably Denise too would probably agree with the majority of Marina that that north to south connection is really important. And I think if they looked at that proposed alternative alignment, they'd say, that's not what we were thinking. We were thinking of a direct connection, not a circuitous one. But
I did have another question, probably for Aaron or Lane. Would it be helpful in the negotiations, because this is what it is with fish and wildlife, if in the areas where there's so much gilia, and if the trail is there, if we do fence it off there, have a fence that's might not even be beautiful, but to really protect the gilia by a fence, make the trail as narrow as possible there with the fence, have explanations on the fence, why the fence is there, photos of the beautiful flower. I don't know.
Yeah.
Would that be helpful?
That would probably be required.
Okay.
And I did want to just comment a couple of things because it brought to mind. Craig Bailey from CDFW did offer to come to council and talk to you all if that's ever something that you guys would be interested in. It sounds like I think we are coming to that point where that interaction would be important.
so a daytime field trip and a nighttime meeting.
Yes. And I know it's nuanced, but I want to be sensitive to Councilmember McCarthy's comment about resources. We had this issue with the four-door HDP. The more mitigation land you put in conservation, the more expensive it is, and you're taking land out of development that is not putting in that revenue. So you're increasing costs for a very expensive trail. So I just want to be blunt and upfront with all of you and where this is going.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think this council needs to have a discussion with the public. How many dollars is a connection worth? If they say it's $100, then we don't need this trail. If they say it's 10 to 20 million, then we need this trail. And I remember what State Senator Laird, John Laird, did for the surf project. He got in between CCC, the California Coastal Commission, and MST, the Monterey Salinas Transit, and he made it happen. And if John Laird or Don Addis took this walk with us, with fish and wildlife representatives and members of the community, look at that ice plant. Look at the high value of Cypress Knolls, the airport, and that southwest corner of the HMA, the northwest. It just doesn't make sense. And I think Craig and Ruby, our primary contacts at California Department of Fish and Wildlife Service, I just would like to have that conversation on site with them. Because we're trying to improve Gilead. And this swap would give far better future to Gilead than that ice plant corridor.
Sounds good. I'll coordinate with Lane to get that set up.
So I mean, for me, I'm kind of coming full circle to my initial comments, and that is, regardless of how I feel about San Gilead, I think we're obligated to do something under the law, and that is to protect the species, whether we like it or not. And I'm kind of amazed that we kind of pick and choose about what we want to protect, is what it's feeling like. Well, all of a sudden we're going to protect this by the highway because we want this trail, is what I'm feeling. Those are my words. But maybe not protect other species as much. And so yes, I think that a connection trail is important. Yes, I also think that there's other options. What happens to these areas when San Gilead becomes extinct? Not if, but when, right? 99% of all the species on our planet have become extinct. It may not happen in my lifetime.
I don't have a crystal ball for that one.
So we don't know if this area becomes now then available for development or
like I mentioned, all of these blue areas, or whatever becomes blue, will have a conservation easement that runs with the land, and it won't be able to be developed in perpetuity.
Even if the species they were intended to protect disappeared, or you're not sure?
I don't know, Council. What do you think?
One example you have is Lock Padden Park mitigation area set aside for San Gilead and Monterey Spineflower, and it never took. And MPRPD is being told by the same Fish and Wildlife Service that, okay, you can forget about San Gilead and Spineflower, but don't mess with that mitigation area. Leave that natural at least, but we won't hold you to the Gilead Spineflower requirements that were originally in the permit to build a hotel over there on top of those plants and set this Lock Padden mitigation area aside.
Is that what you've seen more often than not? Is it?
So it's changed dramatically, especially specifically with Monterey Gilead over the past 25 years I've been doing this. I've seen the loosest permits issued in the early 2000s for that project and others where CEs, conservation easements, were never recorded. Now, conservation easements have to be recorded and your lands package completely completed before you are allowed to impact that plant. So that those protections and the security and endowment are all in place ahead of time so that they can fix any remedy in the future with that endowment.
Okay. And I'll ask a question that I asked at the last meeting too. I mean, I've had some great conversations with Fred Watson, and I appreciate that he has become an expert in something that many people are not. And that's great for you. It's a problem for us, right? How do we try to diversify our pool of expert information so that it's not from one person, one source, or even two sources or three sources? Like, are there any strategies to do that?
Well, the resource agencies are a good resource to discuss protection and perpetuity and species. A lot of them are not as specifically honed in on one species, but they are experienced in resource protection. And just to remind you all, we've got other species now involved in this permit, so we are diversifying our species. This is just the conservation strategy for one of our species that we're working on.
And it seems like we've spent relative to the other species, right, an inordinate amount of time. And I struggle with that, but I also struggle with just the diversity of expert opinion, right? I mean, I think it's self-explanatory, right? But we have, right, RFK Jr. in office right now that's the expert, right? And yet he's the one person, right? But his advice is dramatically different than the last guy who was also an expert, right? And so I don't feel like sometimes we're getting science-based information, but it can be interpreted differently by a different expert. And so I'm struggling with that, but I'm ready to move forward. You know, if there's a motion to be had that can get us going, I'm likely to support it.
Okay. My understanding, what Fred's been doing, volunteering, is he shares all of his information with the world online and directly with Denise Duffy and Associates. Denise Duffy and Associates have their own experts that are verifying all of Fred's field information and adding to it and telling Fred what they see. And then he goes out into the field and sees what they have seen that he didn't see, and vice versa. So Fred is in constant contact with California Department of Fish and Wildlife experts, Denise Duffy and Associates experts, such as Erin and her colleagues. So Fred is added value. Fred is not a monopoly on anything. Sometimes he gives the best information, and sometimes he gets information that he adds to his information. So a lot of this mapped information that we're using for critical decisions is coming from his volunteer effort. So I think it'd be great if there were 10 more Freds, but we're blessed to have one Fred, a lot more than if we had 0 Freds. But to avoid the no good deed goes unpunished, we have 4TAG because of Fred and Scott, because they became experts on transportation planning, rare species, trail design, construction standards, etc. Thank the heavens that we have Fred and Scott Waltz, who took the initiative to become experts. And thank heavens we have Fred Watson, who's become such an advocate for Loch Padden Park that he's gotten all of his students to help us with the expertise that saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars by most people's, opinion. And so thank the heavens that Fred's so, he's talking about Gilead now, but he could talk to you about vernal pools and other species that no one else knows as much as Fred does. But we're not talking about all those species. We're talking about Gilead in large part tonight because California Department of Fish and Wildlife Service has such a huge emphasis on Gilead. They think it's so important that by law and by their direction, we have to think it's important too, or we're not going to get any of these developments that our community wants to benefit from. So I just want to say thank you to Fred and anyone else that's taken the initiative to help us out on these data that we're using to make our planning decisions. My motion would be that, having received the presentation tonight, that we provide direction to staff to take a 30 to 60 day time to connect with Fish and Wildlife Service and meet with Craig Bailey and his staff, including Ruby or whoever he designates. So we have a field workshop visit, and then that night we have a city council meeting. And then thirdly, that we ask staff to reach out to the ball field proponents so that they're totally in the loop about what's going on, and that we move ahead with the direction that we're going with the Dodwall funding cooperation to enhance Gilead habitat that's already going to be conserved near 8th Street, near the Equestrian Center, and that we lastly proceed with protecting as much as we can get CDFW to agree with pedestrian access down to the Salinas River parcel, and have another site visit there, maybe with Craig. So that's what I'll end there. That's my motion. We can build on it, but if we have to second or it'll die.
I'd like to second that motion.
On the Salinas River parcel, obviously that's a second kind of a piece to a field trip, but I think if we had Craig Bailey and other staff from CDFW, we go to the trail on Highway 1, we go to the Cypress Knolls piece that seems a lot more valuable. we go to the airport piece so that they see the three pieces that we're willing to put on the chopping block of development, and we see the trail piece, and we see the Salinas River piece. So it's kind of a 4 or 5 stop tour to get Fish and Wildlife Service perspective. And one question I have to staff and maybe to Aaron, is it best that we consider inviting Don Addis or John Laird to that meeting? Or is it best we have the meeting first and then ask for their input? Should we still want it later?
I don't think we need to involve them at this point. Fish and Wildlife really has been very good working with this. I think we've got enough direction that I think we can go back and do these field trips and talk with them and explore some of these other options that you've talked about. And yeah, I haven't seen them to where they're putting a roadblock. They're very willing to work with this.
Okay.
So I'll keep that
All right.
later.
Jenny, we haven't talked to you in a while. We have lights on for Brian and Elizabeth. Jenny, can we check in with you? See if you have input at this time.
Sure. No, I don't. I mean, I just, again, like this, I understand this is a long process, and also like, what is the end game, and when does that happen, right? And so for me, I mean, I am sorry to say this, I don't see the value in San Gilead, but I understand that it's important to others. And I just, I concur with Councilmember McCarthy when we talk about how many millions of dollars are we going to put into this plant that, I don't know. I just, it is what it is, but I think that there's just been way too much time and effort put into this, and it's time to just wrap it up and move on. Whatever that is. I mean, you could block off half the city. I don't know, but like what's the end game? I think that would be my question.
Yeah, Jenny, I think the end game is to develop those ball fields, develop other things like Cypress Knolls, and by law, be compliant with setting aside as much Gilead as we are required to by state agencies.
Great. And so how do we get there?
So the motion is to get there by taking a 30 to 60-day time period to get Fish and Wildlife Service and the community on the ground to try to make final changes by deleting 1 or 2 or 3 little pieces of development in order to add this connection corridor to the development side of the house.
But how is that any different from, I think for me, I think this is like the 4th or 5th time I've talked about this being on council. And it tends to be like the same thing as we know, don't make a decision. We have more meetings. I think we've like had a subcommittee before, and then we just don't really get anywhere. So what do we have to do to wrap this up? And that's fine. We can take a tour and invite people and have more meetings or whatever. But ultimately, like, what is the want? What is the delay? What is the barrier? Like, there's something that someone is not getting for us to not move forward. And so that's just what I would like to better understand. I mean, I don't, this map is not complicated. We have experts. What else do we have to do?
So let's turn your question to the city manager.
I think the issue really here is the trail. And we really haven't, we've talked with them about the trail, and they pushed back. They said, it's not going to work. We haven't gone with them and said, okay, we're willing to give up all these other areas potentially. Is this an option or possibility? And so we can certainly do that. I don't think that would take very long to have that discussion. And I think Ruby, we already have a site visit planned with her out here. And so we may be able to expand that and include other people. I don't know if she wants to meet just privately. So we are already doing that and we can probably roll that in anyway.
But I think Craig, is he Ruby's supervisor? Craig offered to meet with us. And I think the higher up the chain you go, the more progress can be made in the same amount of time. And I think he wouldn't come here without Ruby.
Ruby's local, so it's easy for her. She wanted to spot check Cypress Knolls on a couple things and have some conversations. So that's kind of separate, but we'll keep with the plan of inviting Craig and Ruby and doing the field visit and the council meeting. And I think maybe at that council meeting, we can get firm direction on including the trail or not, right?
Yeah, so
I think
maybe
that
one
that's-
internal meeting could be just Ruby and visiting these sites just so she get it. Then she can meet with Craig, then Craig could come out. We'd probably be much further ahead. Does any city council member want to add or delete to the motion? And if you want the motion reread, we could do that. We're gonna have to do that anyway.
I just had a remark for it. I'm not mistaken, this was the first time that we heard that the 2 potential trails were not possible.
Which 2?
The 2 trails that Kimmy Horn.
I don't recall the
designed.
second one.
This was the first time that as a council member that I heard those trails cannot be constructed. True. That's true, eh?
Oh, the interchange.
The 1A and the 1B, the 2 options. This was news for me. Yeah, okay. And that's just to explain why we take so long to discuss, because what we decide will be in perpetuity. This is why it's so important what we decide tonight. It's not like, oh, we cannot do a trail now, but we can come back in 10 or 20 years. No, it will be blocked forever. And I take that pretty seriously. So just to explain why we spend so much time here.
Mayor, I have one more thought. Like all of this sort of speculation and talking on behalf of 22,000 people, that's really, really hard for me to wrap my head around. And I think I appreciate the spirit in that. But for me, it's like, unless I have a survey, I'm like very black and white. Unless I have a survey or I've received, we get emails from the same people, which is lovely. But like, unless I have a data point or have a survey or have, real information, I think that we need to be careful when we're just like generally talking about, the majority of Marina would want this or would want this trail or wouldn't want to go drive this way. I don't know that, and so for me, I just think that we need to be careful when we're just generally talking about thousands of our residents, unless we, really have that information. Or have heard that for certainty. Thanks.
Thank you. Well said. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I'm ready to support your motion. A couple things for clarity to Councilmember Vischer. Nothing we're doing tonight is obligating us into perpetuity. I think I understand the spirit of what you're saying. We're going down a path, right? But nothing tonight is an obligation. We could totally blow this plan up next week if we wanted to, right? The field trip that we mentioned, that's for all council members. Is that it's a public meeting? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, if we did a field trip with all council members, we'd have to open up to the public.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to attend any meeting that occurs with the experts. I'd like to learn more about this for sure. And then lastly, do we need to reference in our motion Dodwell at all? I mean, can we just say that we're allocating enough space for?
I think the mayor did include that.
But do we need to? Can we not? Can we say that we're just allocating enough space
for
something
for violations or
right? If we wanted to go down that path, because I'm worried that just by putting it in there, we're giving an applicant or a violator, I guess, is that the right word? Some sense of that we're going to definitely do that. And I think that, there's a lot that has to be ironed out before we go down that road. So I would support the motion if we remove the Dodwell reference.
Yeah, the Dodwell reference was because staff needs to know the direction we want to go with that violation? If it's going to be part of our conservation area, him planting,
I don't think they do need to, he needs to know.
I have a question. You don't need to know that now, right?
Not for 30 or 60 days.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to know. I mean, ultimately, is it our problem? I mean.
It's not your problem. It's on the map in terms of our proposed strategy. So that's what would be submitted to CDFW as part of our application. And in official response, they would say, we like that, we don't like that, we need it revised XYZ, maybe it needs to be moved to a different area. Here's what he needs to do. And we incorporate that into the permit negotiations. So we do need to know at some point because we need to go, right?
Yeah, so the point at which the conceptual strategy is finalized, you would just say, we authorize you to submit this conceptual strategy, period.
That's just so problematic for me. I mean, we're kind of insinuating that we're going to provide this obligation, and yet we haven't even discussed the terms and of that or negotiated that. And even if we did, we haven't received the money, right? Or the whatever it is we're going to receive for that.
We don't know what those terms are yet or whether CDFW will accept it. So once we know those terms and what it's going to cost, then we'll be able to approach Mr. Dodwall and say, hey, here's your portion of it. Here's what you want.
Okay, so how do we make it clear that what we're doing is exploring these options, but we're not, definitively going to do that? We may choose not to, right? How do we make that clear in our motion?
I think what they're saying here is the council is willing to use some of the area for the potential mitigation, but an agreement still has to happen down the road. And if there's no agreement down the road between the council and Dadwall, doesn't make a difference whether or not this just allows us to move forward with that next step and saying, okay, some of our area that has zero impact on the city, whether or not we mitigate for it.
But if there's no agreement, we just have a little extra area?
no, the area is going to be there anyway. The question is a violator going to plant some plants on it or just leave it as is? And if he is, he's going to pay for it. If he's not, it still gets set aside, but he doesn't plant anything.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's what I'm saying. There's a little extra area available for
Enhancement.
Any other violator. Enhancement, is that the right word? Yeah. So
Right. And if we don't enter into an agreement, then there wouldn't be any documentation that gets prepared. There wouldn't be any other, funding that gets put aside for that mitigated area. So potentially he's not in compliance either. So no agreement, there's no compliance with
I mean,
this.
I still, back to my earlier comment, believe that there will be future violations. So why not throw a little bit more area in there for when that happens?
Because there's no other area to add. There's no other area to add. There's no square foot to add. But in the future, if another violator comes forward and they say, can we plant over here? Then we go to Fish and Wildlife Service and we say, can they enhance this other area? Like we enhanced the Dodwell area?
When you say there's no other area to add, we couldn't add what's in Cypress Knolls. We couldn't add a little bit more acreage or square feet?
No, once it's in conservation easement, it's under conservation easement.
Okay, I'll motion we go to 10:15 because we have a
I'll second.
roll call, please.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams? Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes. Go ahead, Brian. I think you were.
Yeah, I mean, I clearly don't understand, but you're saying there is no potential area in the entire city that we could ever add. I mean, this is it?
Yeah, Fish and it is very difficult for anyone to find additional gilly areas to mitigate. And they said they're not even sure anywhere in the area if there is.
So yeah, I think what you're looking on the screen and up there, that is the totality of Gilia occupied habitat and Gilia potential habitat within the city limits. The staff report talks about city staff looking outside of the city for additional mitigation area. And that's what any violator would have to do in the future as well. But staff, I don't know that staff ever made a lot of progress outside the city limits, finding additional areas.
There's some potential.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the
Very little.
conclusion of?
It's still in progress. We're trying to avoid having to do that and sticking within city-owned properties on the former Fort Ord because that simplifies things. And since we got the thumbs up that we're on the right track from CDFW, we haven't needed to advance those conversations. And since I have the mic right now, could we just do include in the motion whether you want to retain or close the equestrian trails?
Yeah.
That was discussed, and I want to make sure we hit on all of our little follow-up
So I
items.
want to add
Thank
to my
you.
motion that we progress along the conceptual mitigation strategy for the equestrian trails, the 1.1 acres to stay open and allow access through the 8th Street area. Does that cover what you just?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Can anyone repeat the motion? If not, I'll do it over again, but I'd rather have someone who took good notes when I was mentioning it.
I can run my notes. So we're essentially pausing it for 36 days so we can connect again with Fish and Wildlife, setting up field visits with the council, and we would reach out to the ball field users group and let them know, update them of where we are. The Dadwall property, it's allowing us to move forward, and at least letting him know that he can mitigate. We have land for him to mitigate, but there's no agreement at all with him until further down the process. That we also do a walk down to the Salinas River and involve again Fish and Wildlife with that. Also look at other parts of the city to potentially mitigate for the potential pathway connecting Del Monte to Second Avenue, and also keep the equestrian trails open.
The one thing I'd add to that is a detail that site visit you talk about with CDFW include these 5 stops: the Salinas River, the trail, and the 3 potential chopping block development areas.
Okay.
Okay, any friendly amendments? Okay.
I was going to add that we remove all the cypress and ice plant, but I don't think we did.
Oh, no, those are beautiful landmark trees.
Because like the city manager already said, there's no agreement yet with that. That will come back later. Huh? So that's why we can leave all that out now. Yeah.
My mom thinks the flowers on ice plant are absolutely beautiful.
Well, apparently make a really good jelly.
Yep. And the squirrels love them. Love to eat the fruits. Okay. Do we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember McAdams,
Yeah.
Councilmember McCarthy. Turn your mic on, please. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
I'll be more enthusiastic. Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Fred. Thanks to Aaron. Thanks to Frederick for all your contributions. I think we're going to need you in the future. So thank you. And to all the staff. That motion passes unanimously with the 4 of us voting. We'll go to 10D1. It'll be a last item. I pulled it from the consent agenda. It's about all the street work that we're doing, proposing a $2.03 million authorization to do a bunch more street work. And Ishmael, I pulled it because of a few questions that I thought went beyond what we're supposed to do by not pulling it. So I wanted to pull it. Can we be very clear on the website of the city what we've done in the first 2 of the 3 years and what we propose doing here. So anyone can look on and see 3 maps, year 1, year 2, year 3. Here are the streets that were done. Here are the streets that are going to be done. And maybe highlight those couple streets like Michelle Court and Bungalow Drive that are going to be revisited.
Yes.
Okay. Now on the Michelle Court and the Bungalow Drive, who's going to pay for that retreatment?
So that's a difficult question. Well, it's not a difficult question. It's actually straightforward, just might not be easy to receive. Caltrans has standards on applying slurry seal or surfacing or whatever. The contractor did everything he was supposed to. He followed that protocol to the letter. Construction management consultant also made no mistakes. So we can't ask them, either one of them, to come back and pay for it. So Michelle Court will be is going to have to be paid for by regular street funds, and the small area in the dunes is going to have to be paid for by the dunes CFD.
You want to jump in on that point, and then I had a couple other questions. What I observed this last go around was it seemed to take like maybe 6 to 9 months to actually finish the job. And the last 4 or 5 months were just drainages left with sandbags. Just like the last actions, the last tasks seemed to take months after the majority of the construction was done. And it just looked bad. And some streets, they had the cones and the yellow flagging, the caution tape up for maybe a couple of months, like the corner of Beach Road and Michael Drive. It looked ugly for a long time, and it just seemed like if you're going to start, finish.
Right.
I mean, that's what I was thinking about the contractors. So in this next contract, is it already written to be a little bit tighter instead of leaving things ugly and somewhat unsafe for so long as this last go round?
I don't know what happened last time, so I couldn't tell you. I've managed several of these types of projects and never had issues like that. The one issue that you had here with the last project that I've dealt with on every single one I've done, people move barricades and they drive through when they're not supposed to, and sometimes that leaves tire marks. Which again, when that happens, we can't ask the contractor to pay for it. We can't. So it is city funds that'll cover that. So we will work with the contractor. We've already talked to him. VSS, by the way, is this is what they do all day, every day. I don't know who did the last project, but I wouldn't anticipate those issues again. We're also making changes to the inspections. We're trying to do inspections with in-house staff, which is CSG staff. They have inspectors that are very good at what they do, and they're in the office every day. So they're reporting to us every day. They're letting us know every little thing they see out there. So a lot of things will be different. I really can't answer to why things happened the way they did with the last project.
All right. What's in our staff report doesn't get into that level of detail.
Right.
So it's hard for us to see what is in the details of the contract when it comes to start time, end time. You start on a street, how long do you have before you got to end the street? Is it the end of the contract?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it within a reasonable time frame, like 30 to 60 days? If you open up the street, you close it up and take away everything, within so I would need to see those details to see if it's written to avoid what I observed this last go around.
I like I said, I couldn't tell you what happened this last go around. I can tell you that that's not normal practice. But again, I didn't see it. So the storm drain stuff that blocks storm drain grates, that is often tied to the overall stormwater permit. So the contractor will file a permit with the state, and the state doesn't allow those to be removed until the entire project's done. So the only way to avoid that would be to do a separate permit with every single road so that we could remove those stormwater BMPs as soon as that road is complete. So those might remain, but we're just talking about the sandbags around the grates, not caution tape and, cones and delineators and those kinds of things.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth, for asking all your questions in advance on this.
Yes, and thank you for staff for having answered most of my questions. So about okay, so what went wrong at Michelle Court and at Bungalow Drive and a few more streets at the Dunes? You say the contractor did nothing wrong, the management company did nothing wrong. Well, the homeowners didn't do anything wrong, did they?
That's correct. You're
So why
correct.
do the homeowners have to pay twice?
Tell me who else can pay for it and we'll have that person.
The city. This is a principles case for me, really. This is so just to explain CFD, homeowners pay into a CFD.
Mhm.
And just full disclosure, I might have to recuse myself because this is a street that I live on. The work was not finished until like 4 p.m.
Yeah.
About 2 hours later, they removed the barricades.
Yeah.
Can anybody think?
That is actually Caltrans standard. That is the correct protocol. 2 hours for slurry seal to
Well,
dry.
it's been only 1 hour. I
Yeah.
can see my photos.
Yeah.
I mean, it was way too short. It was still soft.
Yeah.
So, and even if it's Caltrain standards, we as a city can have our own standards. Like we leave it closed during the night. People already had to move their cars anyway.
Yeah.
And of course, on top of that, the next morning, the 3 different garbage trucks came and have to turn back and in and back and then turn around to get in the dead end
Yeah.
alleyway. So it was the perfect storm. But so I probably need to ask city manager, why do homeowners have to pay twice for a job that the city did not do correctly?
So either way, homeowners are going to pay for it. So either the homeowners that pay for those roads and the CFD pay for it, or the homeowners outside that will pay for it.
Yes, the entire, everybody in the city will pay for it.
Correct.
Because as a city, we didn't do the job correctly. Somebody made a mistake.
So council could direct us to use general fund or other street funds for that small section. That's council's prerogative, I believe, correct, Lane?
Correct.
Yeah.
I would like that, but since I live there, I probably have to recuse myself from this decision. That it's
That within the scope of this project?
It's within the scope of this project, yes.
And I don't think it's a major cost impact, is it?
No, it's actually really minimal.
Yeah. So
but it's a principle for me. It's very important for me because now it was just a few streets, but it can be a whole. Yeah, it can be way bigger. It's just the principle that homeowners should not have to pay double for a job. So just to explain, the roads were, the street was less than 10 years old. We had a good street, it was in almost perfect condition. So then we get a slurry seal like you, great. And now for a year and a half, you can all look at the street. I mean, it's horrible. It's not like it's a little bit damaged. It's bad.
Yeah, you can see the tire marks.
You can, and the slurry seal is gone for some of the parts. It's bad. It's really bad. So principle, yeah. So what do we do to make a decision, or how does it work? I don't.
just get direction from council that
So I would propose that when we do 30 streets, there's going to be a couple of segments of a couple of streets every go round that are going to be problematic. And so maybe our policy is we accept some imperfection, some low % of imperfection, and it comes out of the general fund, no matter where that imperfection is,
Yes.
if it's the city that has to pay for it.
Yes.
And then the homeowners that didn't do anything wrong are not specifically on the hook.
Yes.
Any more than the Michelle Court people who are not in a CFD would be expected to contribute to fix their street, but they were just living there. They weren't. Well,
But the whole city contributes to that.
Yeah.
Because it could be, if you have a small HOA, like you only have 1 or 2 streets. Okay, yeah. Anyway, so.
Okay. I'll propose we go 5 more minutes just to make sure.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. That passes 3-0 to 1. So would someone like to I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution before us awarding the Are you going to take the first reading out? I'm about to address that.
Okay. Otherwise.
Let me make my motion.
I haven't,
You can
consider, okay.
my motion is that we adopt the resolution before us to award the construction contract for the 2025 citywide street repair to VSS International Inc. for the total bid amount of $2,030,000, $2,030,000, 120. I can't say that number. Anyway, $2,030,120. And authorize city manager and city attorney to do their respective roles and the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries. And finally, that any streets that require retreatment from the past cycle use city general fund funding for those fixes. Now, well, is there a second? Probably better if you second.
Say again.
Probably best if you second.
Well, I'll second it for discussion, sure, but I'm having trouble wanting to support it just because. I mean, it's one of those last minute changes I don't think I fully understand. I mean, the CFD was created to manage the streets in that area, and I understand that it's not the fault of the homeowners there, and I totally can relate to that. But also, you want my constituents to pay for it twice, and that doesn't resonate for the people I represent either, right? Like, so I'm just kind of struggling with that a little bit. But I understand. I'm more interested in solutions. Let's get together and figure out ways that we can be absolutely sure this doesn't happen in the future. And yes, I think that there's going to be a small percentage of streets that are always going to have some imperfections. But I do see sloppy work throughout the city, right? Like, and I've seen it recently within the last couple of months. And I think there are strategies that the city can employ to kind of alleviate some of that. But when we do that, know that it's going to cost the taxpayer more in the end anyway, because the bids are going to come in higher. You know, if the contractor knows they're going to have to keep the street closed for 4 hours instead of 2, my guess is it's going to be more expensive. So there's a cost either way, I think.
Okay.
But I don't think I'm likely to support, without better understanding the implications, having it come from the general fund over the CFD that was designated to take care of these streets.
Okay, so you could make a substitute motion. We have about 3 minutes to hear from the city attorney, Scott Shepherd, and a substitute motion.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's an actual conflict. I don't know the specifics of it. I can't make a recommendation on recusal, so.
Yeah, my motion is that citywide, our policy is that where there are imperfections, the city is on the hook for, that we charge the city and no CFD instead of the city.
And is that clear enough for staff as to how you would move
Yes.
forward with this specific agreement?
Yes.
Scott, did you have input or Ismail? Okay.
So my substitute motion would be that we approve it as is, but that we ask the Public Works Committee and maybe the Traffic Committee to evaluate some options that would prevent these things from happening in the future, whether it's stricter city standards.
So I have a hunch that the reason some things have been missed is just because there wasn't sufficient staffing. Edry is one of the best engineers I've worked with, but he has been incredibly overloaded with his workload. Now we have Scott, we have Lissandro, we have 3 full-time public works inspectors. So I'm very confident that we'll catch anything before we issue the contract with his last payment.
Do we also employ third-party companies to kind of check the work?
So we have in the past, and we have a budget to do it again with this project. But in addition, we're going to have our CSG inspectors to
I noticed
check things.
recently, and I only happened to notice, because I know some of the players, that third-party contractor used to be the boss for the company that was doing the work, and they stopped, so it's kind of like awfully tricky there. I mean, what's the saying, the hen guarding the hen house, or the rooster, or whatever, it's late at night, but anyway.
Okay, is there a second for the substitute motion?
No, can I explain why not? Because I'm confident that everything you suggested will be done by staff now that they're tripled their workforce, I think.
Okay,
And so-
substitute dies for lack of second. I'm looking at the 20 minutes. Roll call, please.
Councilmember McAdams. Councilmember McCarthy.
Because I don't want people to think I like you, no.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. That motion passes 2-1-0 with the three of us.
Can I give one more comment that when Councilmember McCarthy said that your constituents will be paying twice now for the streets at the dunes that need to be repaired, that's incorrect because the homeowners pay into the CFD. So the first time was paid for by homeowners. The city doesn't pay anything. And that's why I request that if anything needs to be repaired, it wouldn't be fair to charge the homeowners double. But the constituents only will have to share in paying for the repairs. So.
All right. So we're past that issue, but we're at the time of adjourning. Thank you, everyone, especially staff for sticking it out. Scott, good to see you always. Desandro, thank you for being here. Thank you, Sean.